Declaration of Independence and the French Revolution said governments inherently draw their liberty from consent of the government based on three things: ensuring that the government provide life, liberty, and property, meaning the protection of property, meaning if the government takes some property, they have to provide you compensation. They just can't, rip your farm from you and say it's ours. Legitimacy comes from that, but you're inherently saying legitimacy doesn't come from that. I just want to make sure I understand.
Well, I think he's saying John Locke said that laws come from nature. It's the natural laws what John Locke actually.
I don't care. I don't care what John Locke. I'm not constrained by this conception of the legitimacy of a government. I am making it abundantly clear that we have the capacity to speak, to read, to write, and to the extent that we share conceptions from phonemes, words, we have the ability to explicate something called law and to agree to participate in a contract to create a solution for our violent conflicts that doesn't involve death and dismemberment. And when we do that, we can decide that our state, thereby created government that we consent to create, is gaining its legitimacy from any such thing. We've had multiple empires in the history of the world that drew their legitimacy, their claim, from God. We've had monarchies. They said, we're legitimate because we have the mandate from heaven. Okay, and if you believe that's legitimate and you submit to it, so be it. It is maybe a matter for debate, but I think that it is generally accepted that the experiment, the revolution in the United States of America, was predicated, nominally at least, in word at least, on the basis that we reject the legitimacy of someone who is not accepting representative government. We reject the one who is not here and claims something from before we were born can have legitimacy, and that legitimacy must be predicated on something else. They confer and they describe this as the consent of the governed, because everyone has a natural right from God to be free and sovereign and independent. And that those people will want to naturally cooperate with others, and then where they cooperate, that cooperation should be explicitly bound in a contract. And as long as the contract's performance is delivered, then it is legitimate. And I'm telling you that the contractual government created by the Constitution it is not a Democrat issue, it is not a Republican issue. It has just flat out been ignored. We don't have to go as far back as 1861 if that's distasteful for you and you're so ignorant that you can't disassociate those events from slavery is bad. When the state, as you say, fails to provide for life, liberty, and the protection of property or the pursuit of happiness, however you'd like to define it, and you could argue it has lost its legitimacy, and I would agree with you. I don't care how you come to recognize the illegitimacy of the government, but it is wholly illegitimate.
And you know what he said after that was, when it doesn't provide those three things, then the people have a right for revolution.
It is not just their right, it is their duty and their responsibility.
That's
their
right.
obedience to God.
Or abolish! Let's go! Wake that shit up.
Resistance to tyranny. Obedience to God.
You said a lot of good stuff. What's your opinion on the Talmud?
I have no opinion whatsoever on the Talmud. It's irrelevant. What we need to be doing is raising a new standard, and we need to be etching in stone what we will etch in our hearts, what we will defend, what we will protect, and we need to be focused. And so when I hear people having a conversation about, well, the Supreme Court will rule this, well, do you know it drives up? We don't need to worry about what an illegitimate government does. So I need us all to collectively take a deep breath and say, the state is illegitimate. We must work to create a legitimate system of government. We must work to protect the right of free association, speech, and the right to keep and to bear arms as the final solution to the tyranny of a state.
Would you be the final solution?
Preaching the last couple days, and good afternoon to everybody. What
Hey,
are
Beth, how's it
you
going?
doing?
I'll point out before she asks me a question, I will not talk to women when it comes to politics, because that which is political is as Carl Schmitt said, you know, politics is warfare other means, or was that who was that?
Church to get her husband.
Yeah, von Clausewitz, yes, yeah. The political is the extension of war by other means, and women have no place in war. I will not send my daughter, my wives, or my mother to go fight in a war, and I will not have them fight in a proxy for war. So I will not have anything to do with anything women have to say on the matter.
Tell her you'll talk to her husband at best.
Very good. You may send your husband, and I'll take those questions.
Oy vey.
Okay, so did we all take a deep breath? Are we all ready to engage in a little where we can say, hey, definitively, the state is illegitimate. I recognize that, and I'm going to stop pretending or allowing this insidious idea to creep into my speech and into my actions, where I take something that is wholly illegitimate, that I recognize could only logically be illegitimate, and treating it as legitimate.
What if they're trying to take away your rights, and while they're doing it, they're quoting the Sanhedrins?
I'm not going to speak to you any longer. Thank you so much for participating. I guess no one wants to participate in that group activity, but I assure you it would be very fun.
The state is illegitimate, and I'm tired of pretending it's not.
Let's go! Break it out! Proud to count you among the members of the Red Party, Diego.
You turn on the news and you see Ted Cruz. He's talking about the Sanhedrins.
Diego's the only one with the courage to do it.
So are you saying the Sanhedrin, they're like good? That's good, or?
Let me help you. Let me help you with the understanding of the Sanhedrin here. There we go. Now you'll have all the knowledge you need about the Sanhedrin.
So I already know about it.
Everything you need to know, my boy.
Question
you
about-
switched up sides. You got some power
So
switched up.
are you like an Israeli type of person? And I
You're
just
talking
want
to
to
me?
know
Are you talking? No, I'm not like an Israeli type of person.
right now?
you must fuck.
Persecutor of the Jews.
The immunity is there. But when you don't have questions, I just want to see. I just want to ask questions about stuff because I don't know which side to take. The United States or the Israelis side. I don't know which one to take. But both of them actually denied.
Those are the same side. I'm not really understanding why you see the sides. They're not on opposite sides. They're on the same side. They're all working in the interest of transnational capital. Let me give you an example of this, okay? In World War II, a necessary precursor to the creation of the Israeli state.
My bad. I didn't mean the United States as far as Trump being such Israel thing. The people who are trying to divide from the Israel. So when I say United States, I mean that side of the United States, the people that are trying to negotiate from Israel and Israel, and there's a part of the United States that are in a sense slaves to the Israel basically.
That's right, my brother.
Why did he get back up on stage? I'm not Superman, I'm not God, but I want to understand your question, Young. I'm not really quite clear on what you're trying to ask. I'll give you a little example, though, that I think will be informative. At least, Diego, you might appreciate this. Do a little research, and you'll find out that while English boys between the ages of 17 and 25 were fighting and dying at the hands of German soldiers, a bank vault in London held thousands of pounds of German gold for the Germans. Now, do you see the problem with that? The Germans are killing the Englishmen, but the English banks are holding and protecting the gold for the Germans who are killing them. This is transnational capital at work. That is the enemy that I seek to dispossess and destroy in the vein of the great Andrew Jackson, Old Hickory, apocryphally saying, "You are a den of vipers and thieves, and by the eternal God, I will rout you out."
Route you out.
Oy vey, who's running those banks?
Right, just say it.
How do I shut him up for good? How do I put him in the oven? Is it oven? Is it oven?
He's
Where's the oven?
He's got a point, right? Does the British royal family have oil? I mean, he has a point.
Well, here's the thing: if you go back to the First World Wars, Chase Chase was a man behind what Diogenes is talking about, and Chase is not a Jew. Okay, so this really has to do with greedy fucking bankers looking to capitalize on both sides and not really being loyal to any side, but enriching themselves and fattening their fucking pockets.
Well said, Sig. Wake that up and make sure that everyone fucking hears it, because this is so fucking counterproductive for you to get hung up on this idea. Oh, it's the Jews. It's the Jews. They love it. They don't exist unless you recognize them. And so they constantly fucking interrupt and try to make it about them because they are pathetic, servile little fucksticks who have never been able to successfully establish a nation. They are parasites. Cut them out. You are being actively betrayed by rich fucking white men, rich fucking black men, by rich fucking yellow men. It doesn't matter. The only constant thread is their ability to manipulate your conception of value and exploit you. To get you to send your blood to die themselves thereby. That is the rule, and that is transnational capital.
I agree. I agree. I'm going to say something also very quick, and I'm going to give it back. I'm going to very quick. Very quick. In the Bible, it talks about the kings and God saying, hey, don't give yourself to these kings. You're going to be selling your sons off, and they're going to have to go to war, and they'll run in front of the chariots. And the kings will have this, they'll do all these things to you. And it's crazy you just kind of mentioned that. And so our whole world is full of this manipulation. Yeah, so yeah, that's a good point, man. And that's why I said, good ass point. That there also.
Did somebody say adrenochrome?
Are you in the reserve? No, I'm not. The only way that they can possibly get me back, Diego, my active time and my individual ready reserve time. All right. Yeah, so I'm not. I got a friend though. I got a friend who just got out, and I asked him. I was like, "You good?" He's like, "Yeah. Unless they draft, I'm good. I already did. My IRR time was good too." I was like, "All right." I was worried about you because he was actually stationed. He was stationed with the 30th MU. He just got out, like literally a month before the deployment. So.
I mean, we might have our political disagreements amongst Americans, but I'm praying for all Americans that do, if they end up getting deployed or drafted, because this is a bad one.
Yeah, it's definitely a bad one. It is, I mean, look, the state is illegitimate, and, if we can get them to wake up to that, we need to create a space to object to their participation here. Nav, I want you to come up here and take your licks, Nav, for being a fucking Trump glazier while he's doing everything I told you he would do. He told me I was wrong. He told me, oh God, Diogenes, Trump, he's America first. He cares about America. I was like, Trump is not going to convict anyone of anything. He is not going to convict anyone. I said this very clearly to you. I said, he is not going to convict anyone for this so-called stolen election. He is not going to convict anyone related to Clinton. He's not going to convict anyone for employing illegal aliens, and he is never going to engage in mass deportation. And here we are. You fucking voted for him. Because you know what the truth is? You're looking out for yourself, and the military-industrial complex. That's the fucking truth of it. And I hate it, but here we are.
And it's a burn.
Yeah, and look at, you know what? It's great that Brad jumped into the room, because Brad and I have had a disagreement on the basis that I was willing to criticize the blind participation in the United States military, and most importantly, the approbation and acclaim we unquestioningly are called to visit on them for their continual support for an illegitimate state. As I was saying, Diego, we should try to create a safe environment for those people who are actively participating and going to do the bleeding and the dying. And there are thousands of U.S. servicemen who are dead at this point. The United States is not admitting it to you, but there are thousands of dead U.S. soldiers from the Iranian strikes. We should try to wake up the other boys and girls who are being sent to die. I saw pictures from the well deck of the 11th MU, and I'm deployed with the 11th MU. And I saw pictures from the well decks from these guys getting on the LCACs. These guys are fucking 18, 19, 20 years old, and I saw them as like the fucking faintest conception of what a legitimate government is. And we have an obligation to protect them from giving their lives for something so goddamn foolish and worthless as money that's being printed right now as the Treasury, the Federal Reserve buys treasuries and the secondary market. And ask fucking favorite AI where the money comes from to buy that fucking debt. They fucking make it up. And people are going to go and die for that. Because we're failing them. Because we're continually telling them, thank you for your service, and you're so brave and so noble because you signed on the fucking dotted line. And we perpetuate the ignorance and the continued tyranny of an illegitimate state.
Can I negotiate with you rather than just turn the federal government for you to be in favor of secession for your own state where we're living?
Well, so, we don't need the federal government as much as we need to create a new system. And because what you do, I think all experience in history has shown that what you do is you create a better system. You create a clear system. You create a new standard. You raise that standard. And as you do that, people will join your cause. And then you'll have all the questions answered for you. The path becomes clear. National socialism in Germany, in Weimar Germany, was the only solution. It was the only reasonable thing for reasonable men to do. Far be it from the narrative portrayed in modern media that the Austrian painter, for all of his humble beginnings, somehow touched in some occult and became capable of hypnotizing entire populations. He simply represented the will of the people. And he opened himself to channel the will of a people, oppressed and beaten down and exploited to the fullest extent by transnational capital.
So I'm not sure what, I guess it's a little bit clear what all of the deranged sermon is, but just, and I'm pretty certain that every claim can be critiqued and dismantled. But one of them specifically that I have looked into before is the claim that British government was holding money for Germans. That's a very deceptive claim because those assets during World War I and World War II were frozen as an enemy asset with the label of an enemy asset. So they were not held, or no business was with Germany at the time. Those assets were frozen just the same way as the Iranian assets were frozen.
The bank of maybe I'm not sure what the status of that gold was, but I will tell you the Bank of International Settlements was very clear as it brings services for Germany, and when Slovakia was taken over, ask where did the gold go? They said, oh well, we just changed the name on the gold. We didn't move. No, it didn't move. We just changed the name on it because we don't really have any allegiance. And it was an American. It was an American, born in America, raised in America, who was responsible for international settlements. You know who made the Bank of International Settlements? It was, I think it was the United States. And continued to process and clear transactions to ensure that National Socialist Germany could exist and import the things it required for its war industry. So the point stands. Transnational capital is the enemy. And I'm not trying to take a position as, I don't want to be seen as criticizing the National Socialist German Workers' Party. I would hope that when all was said and done, they would have come after the Bank of International Settlements. But that to be. But we are here now, and we can recognize the ability to express values outside of a totally fabricated currency. And that is the basis for sovereignty. Everything that you buy, everything that you sell is mediated by a create out of nothing. That means that it is worthless. It has no value. And they're printing it right now, by the way. He's on the phone, that's not fair.
That's why you're seeing all the banks buying up all this gold, man. Because they know where the value's at. It ain't in this fucking fiat currency, this bullshit dream they've been selling all of us.
Yeah, and I ask people who consider themselves informed about the financial system what the reserve requirements are for banks right now. Prior to COVID, I used to constantly point out that there was a fraudulent monetary system. On the basis that the fractional reserve was like 10%. You only had to keep 10% in reserves. But in March of 2019, something very strange happened. Something that I thought would make it clear that our entire financial system is as illegitimate as our government. And that was the banks had all of their reserve requirements reduced to zero. Meaning by law, no bank was required to have any reserves of any kind.
Not even remotely true. You're just
Oh,
spewing
go on.
bullshit.
No, I mean,
That's 100% true, dude.
Bonds,
It's not
bonds,
true.
You're fucking retarded.
8,680.
bonds.
Okay, so
Go ahead,
here.
look it up. Go ahead, look it up,
Here,
Brad.
I can do this.
Okay, Brad.
It was
look
March
up.
2021, and that means there can.
So we can do this, and I can finish my statement, and you guys can.
Oh, wow. Okay,
I can
go ahead, look it up.
Yeah, I can do this because again, I've been in this room longer than you guys. But like I stated, I'm going to finish it. Currently, the reserve requirement depository institutes is 37.8 million. The trash amount, or what you would actually say the low
What are the
reserve
reserve
amount,
requirements, Brad?
is
What are the requirements?
$645.8 million.
What are the reserve requirements? What are the reserve?
Give him a chance to rebut, bro. Give him a chance to rebut. All right, let's be fair. We can have the discussion because there's people who want to learn and we hear both sides. So let Brad rebut and be fair. All right, go ahead, Brad.
And I'll do that because
Yeah, I actually need to hear your nigger mouth.
So right now, the $37.8 million is what the reserve requirement exemption amounts are, and their previous amount was in 2024 $36.1 million. So it actually received the low reserve amount of 600.
I had to do that. Sorry, he moved me down for no reason. I didn't cut him off. I don't know why I did that. That was a bad move by me, but you can't do that. I mean, come on, you can't just.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Like,
I agree with not cut everyone off, but I didn't even interrupt. I didn't.
Brad's a retard and doesn't deserve a mod.
But listen.
I want to point out he's lying. He's lying.
Hold on. Let me get over back in the room real quick. Hold on.
I don't even know what he's referencing.
Hold on, Diego. Just give me 2 seconds to get order back in the room. All right, so here's the deal. All right. Again, we're discussing ideas, gentlemen. Give someone some room to breathe and rebut. All right. And yeah, Brad, don't drop people down who haven't, broken the rules or been disrespectful.
So actually, I dropped them down because they started modding Rico and absolutely.
Didn't mod anyone. How'd you know that? How'd you know that I did?
Because I can tell.
Okay, so
why don't you move everybody out of the mod?
Yeah,
I usually be the only mod.
I can do this because I can see the news on the top. I can see who did it. You dipweight.
Yeah, so here's the deal. Okay, hold on real quick. Let me okay, so first,
you say it just didn't matter though. These two twits were like modding absolutely everybody to have their little K crew come in and be like the overwhelming force. I thought they would do it.
Here's
If you
the
didn't
thing.
see it, you can watch it.
Here's the thing, guys. We gotta be fucking, and I'm looking now. Looking at, okay, so here's the deal. In my room, I'm the only one that's gonna mod people, all right? And I should be able to trust you gentlemen to be mature, be able to disagree, but don't mod anybody else unless I'm the one that's giving the mod. But guys, let's have the conversation because I'm listening to both sides and I want to learn too. I want to hear both sides. Hold on, let me turn hand raising off so I can get Diogenes back up here. Yo, we just fucking kicked Brad.
I had to. I had my leg back. I had to get my.
That's a faggot sake. I don't know why you respect him.
All right. I moved you down, Keegan. Nobody's getting a mod.
All right, Keegan, Diogenes. The last thing you want is for Pepe to make me a fucking mod.
Grown ass man. All right, so now that you hand raising, everybody come up, hand raising's off. Come on up. It'll be, I guess, me and Pepe because we got a bunch of fucking vaginal tampons.
Watch out with this little,
This is crazy, bro. This is crazy. Trying to hear this shit. All right. This is crazy, bro.
What's up, Sig?
What's going on?
What's going on, man?
All right, come back up. Diogenes, come back up, man. What's going on, man? Why's everybody on their fucking
I want to be clear, Sig, because we'll have conversations after this. Brad got on the stage, interrupted me, and then I let him talk. Diego said something, and he kicked Diego down. He advertised it. He said, "This is what I'm going to do to you," and he kicked Diego down. When he did that, I brought Diego back up and tried to mob him to prevent him from being kicked.
All right, stop fucking crying about it. Move on, bitches.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
That makes sense, Diogenes. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well. All right. Let's get the conversation going, Jess, because I'm learning a lot here. I'm listening.
Yeah, here's the point. What Brad tried to do is lie by bringing up something that's completely ancillary to the fact that I stated, which is objectively true. There is a zero reserve requirement since March 2000. I was wrong in the year, 2020. I thought it was 2019. 2020, there is no reserve requirement, which means that the money is completely fake. You can argue, oh, well, you know, they said that these reserves exist, but there's no reserve requirement whatsoever. You would have to audit every financial institution right now to verify what they did have and what they did not have on their balance sheets. And guess what? They would legally have to have no value on their balance sheet. That's a fact.
Well, and they didn't have it before. I mean, you're just talking about physical dollars, but those dollars are instruments of debt, so they didn't have any value to begin with.
Well, yes, right, but I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt here. I mean, it's one thing to try and point out to those who are intellectually challenged that money, that the primary transnational capitalist tool of their blood and of their soil is interest. It's another to simply point out that how can you claim that oppression is legitimate in any way, shape, or form when there's zero reserve requirement and the federal is actively printing money? It's actively doing that. It's right now, as a matter of fact.
Basically, what they're trying to claim, I kind of believe what you're saying, though, but they're trying to claim, though, that historical T-bills, and it's only to get liquidity control and not for economic stimulus.
Right, right. But three, you got to understand, they're always, your mic is a little low. I think I heard most of what you're saying. You got to understand, they're always going to have a practical excuse that depends on them being smarter than you are to justify what they're doing. And what you really need to look at is what is the actual legitimacy of their action. Fundamentally, legitimacy is obtained. Is what you're doing productive, and do other people agree to participate, especially when it comes to an economic model? The entire economic model in the United States is predicated on deception and your inability to conceive of the fact that the money comes from nowhere and is not tied to anything. The idea, if you are to take them seriously to some extent, not the fullest extent, you maintain some healthy skepticism. You're not fully well, but you've got some healthy skepticism. They make an argument about gross domestic product. But gross domestic product is not measuring any real productivity. It includes money that is simply changing hands regardless of whether or not a good or service has entered the economy. And as I said, and you can verify this for yourself, the Federal Reserve is creating money from nothing. It is literally getting on a keyboard and telling the secondary market, give us treasuries and we will credit your account. The money, has there been an increase in the productivity in the United States? No, in fact, there's been a decrease. Not only has there been a decrease in the productivity in the United States, but globally, a world that has up until this point, and it can be argued still, depends on US dollars as the primary clearing tool, is gridlock of the Strait of Hormuz. And they're printing more money. You can't deny that productivity globally is declining rapidly with the closure of the strait. Yet we're printing more money. Clearly, money is not connected to real goods and services. And if money is not connected to real goods and services,
all these Marxist talking points that came up with some philosophical.
Well, he's not lying. I mean,
of course,
he's not lying.
Central banking is a key tenet of Marx's point.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I want you to remember, we're going to.
The problem is not whether or not there's a central bank. You can have a central bank that is legitimate and issues money in a direct quantity to the goods and services.
So let's hear Brad. Let's hear Brad.
As a discrete nation.
Let's hear.
Just likes the sound of his.
Let's hear.
I'm in the office. I actually have a job. I'm not working part time, and then crying about the economic situation. Well, wives go off to Africa to go.
So Brad, Brad?
That's a fucking prick, dude.
All right, guys. Okay, so Brad, I want to hear your rebuttal because everything that I've been researching the past weeks. It's literally
anything about captives or resources.
Well, I want to hear it. That's why I want to hear your rebuttal. I want to hear what
you know about reserve requirements, and also you're saying that
Rico,
You know what? You got it. You guys do it, man. Because then you can't mod them. So
because hold on.
You know what? You can keep the Keegans. You can keep the
Because you're making this personal like you always do, Brad. It's not personal. I want to hear both sides, Brad. And just quit making this shit personal.
You don't want to then.
That's why I just call on.
Shut the fuck up. Brad is moderator.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
I'm gonna mod abuse all the fuck out of all of you later.
All right. So again.
Keegan.
Again. That's what I'm talking about, man. Yo, Rich, shut the fuck up.
Out of it.
So yeah, I want to hear what your rebuttal is, Brad, because everything I've been researching the last few weeks, Diogenes, from what I've seen, is spot on. So what's your rebuttal and why?
So the current reserve requirement for all U.S. depository institutions is zero, but it changed over, and the requirement now is $674.1 million in the low reserve tranche. What he's taking apart is because he actually doesn't understand reserve requirement exemptions and low reserve tranche claims, because he doesn't understand economics. What he's doing is he's listening to somebody online kind of give a partial take on it and then exemplifying that. The requirement is actually an exemption that's set at 39.2 million since 2026. So that issue that he just stated is null and void because he actually doesn't understand economics. Neither do the twits in here, nor do they understand federal regulations or actually IORBs. They don't have anything on this, and they don't understand the ONRPs that exist within the financial realm. So, I mean, again, if you're going to have that kind of discussion, make sure you cover it from top to bottom and not just cherry pick it up as some Tinder thing and then think somehow or another this idiot's right.
Hey, Brian, I just looked it up, though, and it says that there is no reserve requirement exemptions at all anymore.
Of course, it does say that, but go on to further. The reserve requirement exemption and low reserve tranche is zero. However, the Federal Reserve continue to publish its annual indexes and reserve requirements exemptions amounts of low reserve is required by the statute for 2026. The reserve requirement exemption is set at 39.2 million. The tranche is set at 674.1 million. So you can look those up and understand that, hey, guess what? What he's saying is partially true just to try to trick you into giving it. It's like saying, oh my God, look at how evil this person is, but actually not looking at the whole structure behind it. And if you're not an economist, or if you're a part-time truck driver who just thinks you can articulate some stand off of some Marxism or read it off some Reddit page to try to help facilitate your point without actually reading it yourself and making some conditions like this idiot just did.
So,
then,
just listen to me, bro. Hold on, Diogenes. Just listen to me, because I'm very curious about what both of y'all are talking about, and I want the right answer. So I just looked up what is the trench set at, and does it matter? And it says the low reserve trench was cut off level, was a cutoff level of old deposits, but it's irrelevant. That's what it's saying. That's what it's basically telling me.
The reserve requirement being set at zero allows banks to sit there and lend out 100% of their net transactions. That's all that means.
It's just the fact that they don't have to have anything on hand, and the fact that they're a fucking bank, retard. Oh, it's partially true. It's partially true, but actually totally factually accurate to say without any doubt that there are zero reserve requirements. There are zero reserve requirements. The zero reserve requirements. Full fucking stop. Waving your fucking hand.
You're not going to
Brad, can y'all stop arguing? Because I'm just trying to learn from both of y'all. Because what you saying, Brad, it says what you said in 2020, but it says that shit stopped in 2020.
Let me tell you what the zero reserve requirement actually means. It's subject only to the liquidity of regulations. The Federal Reserve currently uses some reserve balance, or the IORB rate, which for those of you that work in finance or insurance will know regularly because you see that on a daily basis.
What was it? The IORB? Wait, what was it?
It's the IORB.
IORB.
Interest on reserve balance. Okay. And then you have the ONRRP, which is overnight reserve repurchase agreements that help set short-term interest rates and manage liquidity in the banking system. the petition, this kind of changes the way we did reserve requirements as a tool for controlling money. So idiots like Denise couldn't figure out how they couldn't freaking go and falsify on debts. They couldn't fucking take out more than they wanted to spend. So they basically changed these requirements to ensure big corporates. And while these guys are spinning and freaking about it, they actually don't know how the system actually works. So they're just spinning this on one approach. It doesn't mean that there's not money in the bank. It doesn't mean that the requirements are somehow nefarious. What it does allow is a broader complication of loaning and lending while being able to recoup it at a faster rate. They don't require to hold.
He's absolutely on my argument without giving me horseshit.
That's what I mean, man.
Give the man.
What it says.
No.
Yourself in the conversation.
Yo, guys. Look, I'm not doing this fucking retarded faggot fucking bullshit. We're all men here. Give Brad room. Brad, listen. All right, give him room to fucking to the points. I'm taking notes down right now, so you can do the same. You can take notes down and respond to his points. Go ahead, Brad. You got the.
He doesn't want you to get convinced of the truth because he spent all this time.
Hey, Sid.
Hey, Brad's got the mic. Brad's got the mic.
I'm not trying to take Brad's mic. I'm trying to let you know. Can I read what they say it is, and then they can think about what the fact is instead of reading instead of listening to opinions, bro.
I'm gonna let you. Okay, give Brad room to breathe, and then you can ask his question since it's the dot back and forth. Okay, 3C. Hold on, stop, man, stop. Yo, fucking. Hey, hold on. Don't quit fucking disrespecting me, bro. Brad's got the fucking mic, and then 3 respond, and then we'll open it back up. Brad, you got it.
So again, look at the actual requirements. These people that are coming on here screaming about like this guy, he doesn't actually understand the policy of it. So like, just because they're settings doesn't mean that they can just go ahead and go bankrupt. That's called misinformation. It's called lying, and nobody would be doing it because you know who would be screaming about it? The Mandamis of the world, the AOCs. They'd be screaming about this all the way to the bank. But these idiots don't really understand how the Federal Reserve actually works in terms of that board. So the dollar amount of a deposit for an institution reserve requirement is determined by applying reserve requirement ratios, specified out and fucking multiple board regulations. Like I think there's a whole, like it's 10,000 fucking pages long. These are outlined all the way to its reserve liabilities. So the Federal Reserve Act authorizes the board to impose new reserve requirements on transactions amount and non-personal time deposits. So if you have this actually going on in insurance and finance field, again, I ask you, why not listen to people who work in those fields on a daily basis rather than listen to some guy who's driving a truck and then sits there and gets a TikTok information or goes on to like fucking George Jones podcast and figures out, oh, I'm just going to regurgitate some dumb shit. And if you think I'm wrong, he is about to, or whoever the gentleman is about to read it to you. So apparently I'm not wrong. This guy that's about to try to argue my point is apparently wrong because he can't provide nothing.
I'm gonna let Beyonce go ahead and go and debate that.
I appreciate that very much. 3.
I'm gonna read what it says. I'm gonna read what it says online so that we can figure out what the.
Yep, and go ahead and look up Federal Register, Volume 85, Number 57, Tuesday, March 24th, 2020, Rules and Regulations.
You said Federal Register, Volume 55?
Write it in the chat.
Yeah,
write it in the chat.
Yeah, let me type it in the chat. 12
cool.
Part 204. Let me write that in the chat first.
I want to specifically address the IORB that he claimed because he's the one that is feeding misinformation. In fact,
yes, and I want you to have the opportunity to do that, Diego. I want you guys to be able to pick apart the horse shit that he just tried to hand wave to convince people. Like you see how his argument went from Diogenes is lying to, well, Diogenes is partially right to, well, Diogenes is right about that, but he doesn't understand how that's not relevant.
Actually, I never said anything. No, I'm not. I'm not going to shut up.
Insignificant little cocksucker.
No, man, I'm not.
Now we're disrespecting you, Brad.
No, I can't.
All right, so
imagine.
okay, so we're gonna let
let Diogenes respond. We heard Brad. We heard your side. Diogenes, go ahead if you want to respond.
I got a few more interruptions.
I do want to reply.
We'll let Diego go. Brad, I'm just Brad. Look, I'm asking you nicely, brother. And I hate the fact.
I moved down. I got it.
Okay, but you start. Hold on. You started moving. Brad, stop.
Wait,
I'm asking you, brother. Just put the personal shit aside so we can hear both sides. No. I don't have a different standard, Brad. Because I go through this shit with you all the time when I'm out. You always bring this personal shit. I ask you, in this space, drop the personal shit and let's stick to the topic. That's all I'm asking, bro.
I should do it. I will not talk about how certain wives go to Africa.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, bro. Nobody cares about that right now. Let's stick to the topic. So, Diogenes, go ahead. You got the mic, brother, so we can hear your.
Thank you very much. I would ask that I not be interrupted.
Oh, I'm going to interrupt you all the time.
No, we're not. Jesus fucking Christ, Brad. Jesus fucking Christ, man.
I should have did win, man. At this point.
All right, so here we go. Last time Diogenes is speaking. Anybody comes off mic, you're going down to the fucking goo. That's it. Bottom line, Diogenes, you.
But I mean, he was able to do it the entire time.
We can clearly see that Brad went through the stages of denial where he started with Diogenes is outright wrong and he's lying. Then he went to, well, Diogenes is partially right, to Diogenes is actually 100% right. He made a factual assertion, but here's why his factual assertion doesn't have any real influence on the financial system. Great. So we got back to it, and we spent a whole lot of fucking time doing nothing. Because the fact of the matter is, the reserve requirements don't exist, which means that printed, and it is, you can go and look right now, the Federal Reserve is buying treasuries on the secondary market, and it is simply creating Federal Reserve entries on the balances with those secondary institutions. It is creating money from nothing. So it's creating money from nothing. The banks aren't required. And you're going to tell me that this system has any legitimacy? Yeah. 3, I want to point you in the right direction. Ultimately, you're going to waste your time if you're trying to go through all of the different justifications that have been offered. As a matter of fact, the Federal Reserve did argue that eliminating the Federal Reserve requirements is just a sensible thing to do to improve financial conditions. But I ask you to have more sense than that. To understand that money needs to be tied to something that has value or has some persistence, some value that you can conceive of if you're going to use it accurately. Because at the point where it's fucking printed, brother, you're a fucking slave when you depend on it. And because the whip doesn't bite as hard, the manacles are not as tight, does not mean that you have any more freedom or sovereignty, because your entire conception, your rent, food that you buy at the store, is mediated by whether or not that counterparty can stop fucking interrupting me, you certified cocksucker. You are the most disrespectful. I can't believe Satan gives you a time of day. You are so disrespectful. Shut the fuck up. The point is not about what kind of excuses are used to justify the removal of the reserve requirement. It's that the reserve requirement was removed. And it was removed because, in essence, they needed to ensure that they could continue to keep the Ponzi scheme going. They needed to continue to manipulate the public's perception of the value expressed in US dollars. And I want us to all collectively recognize that the economy is as illegitimate as the state. That's it. And if you guys want to look into that, you want to research that, cool, do it. But understand that they are not smarter than you. These people who spend all day figuring out how to justify their fraud and exploitation are not smarter than you. They wear suits, they dress up, and they are well groomed in the hopes that this will convey a sense of betterness. It's the age-old. They're literally just making money. And they tell you, oh, we're making it because... it's like, okay, well then give that liquidity to me, bitch. Because if you understand, and this is an irrefutable fact, that if you have a fixed amount of currency representing a certain quantity of goods and services in an economy, and while holding the goods and services in the economy equal, you increase the currency competing for the same quantity, you have just created inflation. You have just devalued the purchasing power for everyone else who holds that currency. And so the appropriate course of action is to only increase the currency in an amount directly equivalent to the productivity, the goods and services that have entered the economy. To avoid deflation, okay, acceptable. And if you are going to increase the currency, you're going to increase the amount of currency in that fixed system. Do it justly and fairly before the law, wherefore all men are equal, and ensure that in direct proportion to the purchasing power lost, you remunerate the individuals who hold that currency. Don't accept excuses for why we can't do this when you are required to file a tax return every year to tell the federal government exactly where you are, exactly how much money you made, exactly how much purchasing power you have. I know it's about you as a matter of federal law, and they were
constantly capturing back.
Yeah, what I have to say, Sig, is that ultimately you can get in bed with the devil because you think he's going to make you rich, or the devil because you think he's going to make you young, or you can get in bed with the devil because you're just a faggot. But at the end of the day, you got in bed with the devil. No 4D chess moves add legitimacy to an illegitimate act that does not represent the will of the people and only serves to enslave them to interest on debt.
Diogenes and Sig, if I may, I want to educate Sig on a couple of very important things about American law. Number one is, I want to say out from the outset so you know where I'm going with this. The reason that they're doing all of this is to bring about a digital currency controlled by a central bank of the United States. They're trying to create the third central bank of the United States. But, okay, the law is very clear. The Constitution, the first article, the first set of laws of the Constitution clearly state what a dollar is, who has the power to set the standards and weights and measures, and more importantly, the Federal Reserve creates these instruments of debt, which are not by any statute money, okay? 12 USC 411, they are instruments redeemable in lawful money, and they are illegitimate, or they are void ab initio, because there is no appropriation made by Congress for these instruments, which is a requirement, Article 1, Section 9, okay? So they're completely void, man. It's a complete Ponzi scheme designed to bring about total control on the U.S. population. It's not about making money for U.S. industries or anything. It's about basically laundering. So how do we, as the people, what do we do about it? What's the solution? How do we find it? Well, some people do Plan B. Are you familiar with Plan B? No?
No, what's Plan B, Diego?
Plan B is it's a thing called Bitcoin. That's one option. Some people do gold and silver. That's kind of like the Plan A. That's the old school plan.
But isn't Bitcoin the digital currency you just talked about as far as like a method of?
No, it's not.
No, Bitcoin is a private protocol maintained by voluntary participants, and it's not controlled by a. Okay, it's designed to facilitate market.
What I'm saying is, do you think there are money that we have in the United States? Do you think it will ever be backed by anything again?
It'll have to be ready because eventually the legal system is going to be put into a bind where you have articles say that you can't do these things. You cannot create paper money. It's right there in the Constitution. And whenever it actually touches the Supreme Court, there's likely going to be a referendum, and they will eliminate the Federal Reserve note. They're going to have to bring back, Treasury notes at the very least, if not just straight up make physical money again, because that's the only thing that the Constitution affords. There's no other. You'd have to have some kind of amendment that will never get voted on. No one will ever accept it. So something's going to happen.
So, Diego, question for you: what's the difference between the central bank cryptocurrency and Bitcoin's cryptocurrency? Section 1.
Article 1, sections 8, 9, and 10. Okay. Let me tell you how bad the situation is right now. As of May 16th, the Supreme Court passed a decision that the which is a sub-agency of the Federal Reserve, is now the first agency in the United States that has the legal right to create its own budget and pay itself. Meaning it can, like what Diogenes was talking about, where it can create money out of thin air, but now it can actually fund itself. So again, violation of section 9 of Article 1, because it's now, there's no budget, it just decides what its own budget is and then pays itself with Federal Reserve notes.
What's that shit you were saying
That's
about
how bad that is.
What's that shit you were saying about the IORB?
The IORB is the thing that replaced the reserve requirement.
Yeah.
But basically, what it does is it incentivizes banks to deposit money at the Federal Reserve because the interest rates are preferable. So it's not true what Brad is saying that there are requirements. There are no requirements. They just have this incentive mechanism that they've installed, and it kind of makes them have a reserve, but it's voluntary. They don't have to do it.
Is this the repo market?
No, this is what Brad was talking about. It's like it's the interest incentive system that they created to replace the reserve requirement. So most banks still keep some kind of reserve. But if you remember what Brad said, $39 million. Do you understand that just your average bank in the United States is dealing in trillions? $39 million, that's a joke. That's like saying, hey, put a penny here and that's a reserve. Like, you know what I mean? A fraction of a penny for them.
Looks like kind of came early this year.
Yeah, so I saw baseball was in the chat disagreeing. Yo, baseball, what up, bro? Are you able to come up? Because I want to hear your side because you're disagreeing. If you're able to come up, bro, definitely. It sounds like you work in the industry. I want to hear your take. And Brad, look, man, I love you to death, bro, but you're not being fair right now, bro. And I'm trying to. These men have been respectful to let you fucking speak, bro. You know, because I want to hear your side. I think everybody deserves to hear your side as well. But you got to be fair, Brad.
No, first off, Tweedledee, Tweedlefuck, the guy who's going to get his wife is fucking getting fucked in the ass by a gangbang, and the other guy who can't afford child support. These two idiots. Spare me about your fairness. Don't give me fair. You put me down in the queue so they can sit there and disparage me as well. And then you had Diego, who contradicted himself. It's literally a Bitcoin Ponzi scheme. That's all it is. And then he says, oh, there's no reserve requirements, but it's incentivized. But there are reserve requirements. The 30.9 million, or whatever it was, 35.9. That is actually required per bank, per financial institution. So no, it doesn't need to have any of those set up, but it does need to have a lot more on top of that. And again, if you're looking at only major banks, yeah, but you forget that there's a whole freaking banking network across the country, and you're leaving those out. So the idea that you're going to take and manufacture into fucking Bitcoin, and that's the only solution to it, that's absurd. Like you're just investing in trade share stock. You're not investing in Bitcoin. It's nothing more than a share of a part ownership. You're not doing anything because it has no intrinsic value. It isn't gold. It isn't some consumable. It isn't any of that stuff. So what they're telling you is fraudulently false. And if the whole currency system were to collapse in turn, because that's what they're fearing, your Bitcoin is fucking worthless. Because guess what? China would make it mandatory that you have to follow on their currency.
Everybody here is the mic.
Hold on, mute up, 3Ski. Yeah, mute. Hey guys, mute up so Brad can finish. Go ahead, Brady.
I'm saying his mic was fucked up. I couldn't hear him, see?
You know what?
Yes, you can get a little bit closer to your mic, Brad. Go ahead.
But I mean, you got the twins there. You know, the two that like circle jerk each other. I mean, you got it all right. You got it all figured out. See, you didn't need a competition voices. This is why nobody's coming up.
Don't do that. Don't do that shit to me, Brad. Cause bullshit. Cause if I had
fucking up.
Okay, you're not gonna fucking accuse me of something that's not true. I've been more than fair to hear your side. I want to hear your side in the opposition. That's why I got 6 notes in front of me right now, John. Everything all you guys have been saying, so I go do my fucking homework. So don't put that shit on me. But go ahead and
Yeah, okay. You got it, dude. You got your answers. Like, listen to these twat waffles who fucking have been in Clubhouse for 5 years. Tell me what any of them do that actually provide some significant income and how expensive their lifestyles are. You got one who lives in a fucking home and works at an Ace Hardware as a lawnmower mechanic. You got another one who can't afford child support, which is
denying insurance claims isn't really a job either, buddy.
You know what? You're right. I do it on national-wide scale, and I get paid a lot more than you.
Hey, Sid, can I ask a quick question?
Yeah, you done, Brad? You done with your mic? All right, go ahead, lovely.
You're making these claims about Gay King. Oh, my bad, Viking. Can you tell us in 59 seconds, without using the gay app, ChatGPT, LGBTQ, what blockchain technology is? Thank you, Gay King.
Is that the same one? Is that the same one that gave me the powder for your?
Oh, so now you're gonna ask me. So you don't know what blockchain is? Thank you, Gay Lords. Thank you, you're amazing.
That whole thing of where
Thank you, Gay Lords.
Actually, where that failed.
I'll send you $20 for your new butt plug. Thank you. You are amazing.
On an amateur card.
Can we go back to the topic?
For the record, I wasn't saying Bitcoin for the United States government. I was just saying that's an option for you as a personal individual. Obviously, I want the. Obviously, I believe in the U.S. government. The Coinage Act of 1792. I believe that the U.S. dollar is a certain amount of grams of silver, and that's what I want to bring back. Obviously, I'm not like.
So you want to go back to the gold standard?
No, we never had a gold standard. We had a silver standard.
Silver standard. You want to go to a gold standard universally overall?
I want to go back to hard money.
Let's not change the subject. We can have a discussion.
You can just be quiet and sit down. Go back to work. Turn those fries. Go buy papers for your.
That's the point, right?
If you guys listen closely, you'll notice that when you're really trying to understand what makes sense to Brad and how to determine whether or not something is true, you'll see that he refers to the same authority that 3 is questioning, that there seems to be this idea that the better dressed you are, the better groomed you are, the better you are, the more of a claim to truth you can make.
He's a certificate whore.
What he is. Yeah, exactly. And he's essentially admitting it. He says, well, I make more money than you make. If I make more money than you make, then what I have to say is more important. When I am making it very clear, and this is the reason Brad is really upset, that the money he's making is essentially worthless. And so in an environment where money is worthless, when it is printed based on nothing, goods or services actually exist to back it, the thing that actually has value, friends, your family, your ability to produce primary goods like agricultural commodities, vegetables.
So here's what I'm gonna say, man, because this is, and I got 6 pages of notes in front of me because I've been taking notes down to do my research. But what I can see with my own eyes is that yes, the fiat currency, American dollar, has gone down in value. My buying power is not as strong as it was 10 years ago. But what I can constantly see is that gold and silver and precious metals, which is what we used to back our dollar on before World War I. Is steadily going up, and that's what I see the central banks are currently. Hold on, Brad. But here, I'm giving you my take and what I witness and what I see. But when I'm done, but what I'm seeing is the thing that the central banks are currently hoarding and buying. Right, they're buying it up. This is why the shit's going up right now because there's a fucking demand for it, and a big chunk of that demand is coming from these fucking banks. Okay, so what I've seen is the value of precious metals has gone up. The value of the fiat currency has gone down. I clearly see this with my own eye, brother. The dollar I'm putting in my retirement right now is not going to be able to give me $1 worth of goods when I go to pull it out here in another 20-something years. So that's what I hear what you're saying. I'm going to do my research, but it's hard with that side and trust the system when I can clearly see that everything I'm busting my ass and scraping my knuckles for is becoming worthless and more worthless and more worthless every single day. Well, go ahead, Brad. If you want to rebut, you got it, bro.
It's not becoming more worthless. First off, you're talking about trend dynamics while inflationary growth occurs. But you're sitting there and equating that to a less buying power. Okay, maybe, possibly. consumerism at its finest, capitalism, great. You should be able to make that product and charge. If you can't afford it, well, sorry, your dollar doesn't work. But at the end of the day, that's what capitalism does. Now, the problem with what these idiots are proposing is that you either join in some socialist Bitcoin fucking Ponzi scheme, in which case socialism works great for the first, 3% of its term until it runs out of other people's money. Once it does that, these idiots, they don't know it because they're too stupid. They don't know that that shit is exactly what they're proposing. They're just trying to dice it up. These guys are just proposing Marxist economics and probably putting it on some kind of spin because they think somehow they'll have it. When in reality, these guys aren't economists. They don't work in the finance sector. They sit there and read like whatever fucking Reddit thread tell them about economy, and you're taking advice from them. And that's fine. It's in the baseball. He works in the economy. He works on. You have a mother who fucking is an actual accountant who can go into further detail. You have a couple. You have Bill on here who's an economist, economic professor. But I mean, shit. Why listen to any of us? You got it with these guys.
I'm a financial landlord.
I please point out that appealing to authority as some kind of argument is actually a logical fallacy. To say that you didn't listen to my argument because somebody told me that I was right is actually a very, no pun intended, bankrupt defense. And this entire conception that in fact what's happening is inflationary growth is I don't know if that's tongue in cheek. I don't know if there's something else going on there, but that's definitely when you have inflation, you have a growth. It's a very bad growth. It's a growth in the decrease of your purchasing power because they're printing that. No, Brad, what I want to know is do you understand how? Yeah, I mean, but I want to show everyone that I'm acting in good faith. I don't care about your good faith. Yeah, I know, and I don't know why Sig continues on when you're so clearly a worthless, angry, ranting lunatic. You are, and I don't understand why Sig left you.
Hold on 1 second, man, because here's the thing, man, and you told a lie on me and you're inferring something that's not true, Brad. I don't appreciate that. So again, my mind isn't 100% made up. And I'm not just taking their advice and just dropping it, okay? What I'm doing is I'm trying to hear both sides because I've done a lot of deep digging these past few weeks on this shit. And what happens is things that I've come across, the articles I've read, the things that I've watched from people who are respected in the economics, and it aligns with what they're saying. So again, don't on me that, oh, you're just taking their advice. No, what I'm doing is I'm listening. I say, okay, that aligns closely with the things that I've researched, but I'm willing to hear the opposing side. And again, this is why I have 6 pages of notes sitting in front of me right now, jotting down everything that you told me, Brad. Okay, so again, with Diego's point about Bitcoin, it's not necessarily what I hear as far as the argument. And again, if you think I'm wrong, I'm more than happy to hear it. But what I'm hearing from Diego, it's not specifically Bitcoin, but it's a currency-based that's open format for the public to check and track where everything goes and be able to have some type of accountability to the American people. There's no accountability with this money right now. So whether it's Bitcoin, whether it's Dogecoin, whether it's fucking pussy coin, whether it's fucking fart coin, a system that gives the Americans the advantage to be able to check the records and keep track of everything to make sure everybody's on an equal playing field.
But Sig, what you're talking about are appropriations made by Congress where they have to keep records of where they appropriate the budget. But just to be clear, the purpose of the U.S. dollar, defined by law, is specifically designed to be private, to protect the privacy of every American citizen. It is the opposite of what you're calling for. If that's what you mean.
What Diego's trying to point out is that people are supposed to be free and secure in their persons and in their property, and the idea that the state will always know how much purchasing power you have, and that somehow is a good thing for them to have, has to be rejected. The state has granted itself, the illegitimate state has granted itself the ability, in the same way that the Federal Reserve created an excuse for removing reserve requirements, it creates a creation which always is that we're going to have more ability to determine and control your value expression and currency. we should not accept central bank digital currencies. We should not accept any kind of currency that is wholly and totally controlled or totally and wholly de-anonymized by the government. They will absolutely use it to prevent you from doing anything that they don't want. We saw what happened with the trucker protests. Nobody was convicted for abusing the truckers that way. They literally proved to you that if we know where the money is and where the money goes, if it goes a place that we don't like, we'll stop it. Your ability to really express yourself will not exist. It cannot exist, and you're a fool to trust an illegitimate state to properly have that power. The founding fathers knew they should never have that power. The only power they need, the only power you should give up, voluntarily delegate to your state and to your federal government, is their ability to mint the money, to create the money, the person who needs it transparent is the government. The government has turned that on its head and said, oh, well, we need to know what money you have and where your money is and where you spend your money. When in actuality, the truth is that we are the ones. We created the government. In that capacity, as a servant of the people, we wanted to have the authority to mint a coin to prevent counterfeiting.
Brad, shut the fuck up. Let him talk.
You are insufferable. You are insufferable. It shows that there is no under their life.
Again, you still don't. You're like the founding fathers didn't want us to know where our money was spent. They actually did. They actually did.
My thing is though, you could debate this shit in a better way, bro.
I don't have to debate it with these incel bros. Here's the thing. The idea that somehow you're saying,
hear me out. I'm trying to learn from both of y'all.
Okay, great.
You may have good points, but the extra shit you doing is overshadowing the information.
I can do it because that's all that they got. And I was sitting there, go ahead, doing it. Do your shit. Do your shit. You got it.
Yeah, and he's 100% correct, Brad. You're getting emotional. I mean, again, it's not a good look, bro. You're trying to prove your point.
Give me the facts and stuff. So he went up and said, oh, the founding fathers never intended to have this. Well, first off, the founding fathers really weren't totally concerned with any of the aspects that he was saying in the Federalist or Anti-Federalist papers. But, you know, I digress from that. The founding fathers were kind of wonky. They actually believed in taxes, and that's not it. They wanted to cling on to their wealth, so they made sure they held on to it. They weren't in for a collectivism fucking bug on fucking currency. In fact, they wanted a broad separation of it as outlined in many of the state legislation and the houses. In fact, they didn't want the church in. One of the primary reasons under Payne and others in Pennsylvania was to ensure that the church didn't have access to the funds and create distributions because why? They wanted to keep it. But, you know what? These guys all want to take the Alex Jones fucking Martin Luther Queen speech and fucking put it on steroids and then tell you, this isn't what the founding fathers wanted. But it's not even remotely true. But you guys are reading this, right? Think you're actually going back and looking all this up and you're reading their articles and then you're reading the antithesis to the articles, right? You're reading why decisions even have to remain or is actually decreasing versus what actually may or may not be happening, right? You're actually reading up on those. You're reading economic books in mass that grasp an understanding, or are you just reading the sources that these guys pull you?
No, what I'm doing is I'm looking at respected economists who have a good following, a good reputation. I'm looking at economists who.
You just yell at me for.
Can I answer your question? You gonna let me answer the fucking question, Brad?
I'm fucking letting you answer, but did you
okay, then don't cut me off. Don't ask me a question and then 5 more into it, you fucking cut me off. Ask me a question and give me the fucking respect to respect. Same shit 5 years ago, 2008, shit like that. Everybody laughed at them. And then what they ended up predicting and saying has been true. Okay? And it makes a lot of fucking sense. So I'm asking you now, why is our fiat currency, why is my dollar devaluing then if what you're saying is true?
There's not one fucking reason for all of it. There's multiple reasons. The fact of fucking inherent wealth has increased exponential fold. Fucking trade agreement. You can blame it on the math.
Hold on, Dr. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Faggot, piece of shit. Come on, I
guys.
Show you the back of your fucking skull.
Let's go.
Hey, Diogenes, mute up and let him finish, man.
I got you.
Finish. Go ahead and finish, Brad. Go ahead and finish.
Hey, fuck your wife tonight. Dude, your kids fucking, yeah, you're all gonna enjoy it. So there you go. Fucking A, I don't give a fuck about you fucking KK wannabe like fucking white supremacists. You guys, economic system, you want to say, oh, it'll prevent your fucking dollar from decreasing. Invest in Bitcoin, which fucking, hey, last I checked, only one the stage can afford to go buy a Bitcoin currently, and it ain't none of you, because you don't have the cash in hand.
Well, I know, here's the one thing, Brad. I know, and I can, again, this is what I'm seeing with my own eyes. I know more people who have increased their wealth investing in Bitcoin than going out and working a normal fucking 9 to 5 every day. That's one thing I can say for sure. I've seen it personally.
You believe that?
That's what I've seen. It's not a matter of believing, it's a fucking fact.
You see the economic pictures?
Oh my god. It is a matter of fact.
These guys doing, which is actually propelling and helping out increase of currency. But these fucking guys, even know what budget they had.
So to answer your question, yes, when it comes to common working 9 to 5 blue collar guys that are on the same level as me, I saw them accrue more wealth with their investment in Bitcoin than fucking decades of just going and working in fucking 9 to 5 with no other investments. Yes,
Can I touch on that?
Yes.
Can I touch on that without because I want to help you understand. I want to help everybody understand. Like that is a sign that the economy is illegitimate because no people would ever allow a situation where speculation was offered a greater return on investment than productive labor, than productive contribution to the total social welfare. No one would accept that. What is happening, what is emerging in Bitcoin, and ultimately what's happening in equities markets, is happening because there is no real productivity left. And you have bubbles in AI and in real estate that are being propped up by circuit accounting. At the same time that even more money is being pumped into this by the Federal Reserve. I don't want to hyper-focus on the economy. I know it's really important. But it should be sufficient to say that if it is disconnected from goods and services, it is just a general rule that it has to chase fewer and fewer goods when you print more of it. This is not. I mean, this is just a fact, and no amount of hand waving and there's nothing that can do to change that fact. This is just a plain law. The entire basis for Brad's argument, and I pity him for it. And again, I don't understand how anyone who really wants to understand what's happening and work to solve it could deal with these kind of personal insults and just repeated unnecessary digressions. I want Brad to be successful. I want Brad to have things that have real value. Because if we're all playing a fair game where we're equal before the law and we are able to constrain our government, we can actually fight back against we have representative government with free expression. I'm not propping up outliers. And the National Socialist German Workers' Party recognized this. More, nothing less. It doesn't work all day because he loves the way the presidents look on the paper. Brad will do that. Brad loves Donald Trump, so when Donald Trump successfully puts his face on the central bank digital currency, I'm sure Brad's going to go collect it because he likes the way it looks. Fantastic. But that's not what SIG has real shit to worry about. I have real shit to worry about. I don't want the paper. I don't want the currency. I don't want the money. I want the things. I want the food in my kid's mouth. I want a house. I want gasoline in my tank. I want real fucking things that really change the way that I live. They nourish me. They nourish my children. They improve my quality of life. And when you're telling me that I don't get those things, I have to use these tokens, then I'll use the tokens. But when I find out those tokens are being created on a computer somewhere, I can see that that's unjust and unfair, and I don't want to play this game anymore. And I would hope
rise up and cooperate with me to rectify that grave injustice. It is the most serious crime against our sovereignty and our integrity that we would be deprived of our value expression. They are printing the money out of thin air, and they are doing it so quickly. Monica,
Oh, my stage, bro. Tired of this shit, man. Fucking tired of this shit. Shut the fuck up, Monica. Go create a fucking woman's space and you can do your little vaginal fucking bullshit, but the man is fucking talking, yo.
Based. So we want real things with real value. We want wives to have security. We want our family to flower and grow and develop, and we can't do that when we're relying on the ability to purchase bread. And then we find out when we go to the store that breaded beef, ground beef, for example, has almost doubled in price. 22 tons of beef. Where I don't want to abuse the people who clearly want to engage in a contentious debate and fail to accept my principles and advocates for my arguments. But I urge everyone not to justify by a man behind the curtain telling you that, well, you don't understand, there's exchange rates, and there's the velocity of money, and there's of course the tariffs, and there's all these other considerations. Those things would be relevant if the money had integrity in the first place. But it doesn't. And I welcome anyone to challenge the integrity of the money on those simple bases. And I yield.
That's the one thing too, you know, and what I've been looking at is 1913 seems to be the fucking key year all this shit fucking popped off. America didn't charge income tax. It's when we needed and I researched that video, bro, and everything that I've been researching from very reputable sources has been pointing to the same fucking thing.
I'm trying to tell you, so that's literally
Actually, Diogenes is more correct that the Civil War is the key, because that's when you had the legal tender cases that occurred.
That's what we talking about, Diego.
Oh, okay.
Civil War.
Civil War, yeah, because the legal tender cases allowed people to pay back debts that were made in contracts with paper. And that's what fucked everything up.
Okay.
It's established. So right. Now here's you're gonna love this, okay? You really want to know the inside baseball on what happened with the legal tender cases. The Constitution was clear in that it needed to prevent the government from having the ability to issue currency without any increase in goods and services. They understood that the money as a tool could not offer an exorbitant privilege to the executive, or it would be used to possess the people of their wealth. It understood that. And so it said that the money will, it has to be coined in gold and silver. Okay, and then this is essential because this thing has finite value. You cannot print gold and silver. We get to the end of the Civil War, and as Diego just said, people had made contracts that they had to pay in gold or silver because the Constitution limited the states from recognizing anything but gold or silver as payment for debts. And the Supreme Court ruled on this originally correctly. They said, yeah, we can read the fucking plain English Constitution. You have to pay it in gold. And then the union said, we'll burn your fucking house down if you continue to argue this case. And so the Supreme Court reversed itself. And I think it is the quickest reversal in the history of the 250 outright reversals of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court reverses itself and says, oh, actually, you know what? Yeah, no, you totally can. You totally can pay the debts that were made in gold and silver, which the Constitution recognizes as the only thing that is able to be offered as legal tender for the payment of debts. You can offer paper. That's okay. You have to understand, and I don't want you to get caught up and confused that the issue was, we just need to return to gold and silver. No, that's not the issue. You could use anything as a backing, but it has to be finite and it has to be auditable by the people. The Congress has to be able to verify as your delegate, as the recipient for your voluntarily delegated authority in Congress as a legislator. In the House of Representatives, wherein all legislative acts must originate, all financial legislation must originate. So what is the solution to these
Brad Diogenes has sick, so brainwashed, you're not going to be able to save him. He's just a new pastor.
No, it's not. First of all,
No, that's exactly what's
going on, and I'll verify it. So again, let me explain my story or something. So no, I haven't.
Brad tries to make a statement. Diogenes kicks
and I told everybody else to shut the fuck up and
then you allow it by allowing them to be
okay. Again, don't fucking lie on me, Rich.
No,
don't fucking lie on me.
All of them, including Pepe, down to
no. You know why? You know why?
You could have made only yourself.
I could have moved you.
You could have controlled it
again. What you're not gonna do? Don't fucking lie on me. That's the one thing I'm not gonna tolerate. You ain't gonna fucking lie on me for shit. Cause I got 6 pages of notes in front of me. Now I've jotted down everything Brad said. That's why I asked Brad to repeat himself with some of the things that he mentioned and said. So again, I haven't spoken to Diogenes in damn near a fucking year until 2 days ago. This is the first time we've had this conversation about this specific topic, and His name's Kevin. So again, this is the shit I've been researching, and this is the first time I had the conversation. So how is it that Diogenes is the one behind my train of thought, sir? That's not fucking true. First time I've had this conversation ever with Diogenes, today in this fucking room. But the things I've researched just happens to be on point with what he's saying. So again, when Brad was speaking, I told everybody else to shut the fuck up and don't interrupt Brad. And I've done it several fucking times. If you can't see it, I don't know what the fuck else to tell you. Monica, if you want to come up, you can have the fucking mic, but we're gonna fucking be respectful, man. This is a conversation about information and throwing the ideas back and forth. But I don't want this stage to go to shit, and not the fucking emotions can have an objective fucking conversation. That's all I've been asking the whole fucking time. This is crazy, man. This is fucking nuts with you people. Yeah, I don't get it.
It is fucking nuts. And, I want to point out, we were having a productive discussion when we start to recognize the history of value expression, and we really concern ourselves with it, because it is a matter of fact that we have to mediate our value expression. I mean, literally and figuratively, through the United States dollar. And so if that doesn't have integrity, that calls into question all of our value expression. And as a matter of fact, the moral decline in this country is directly correlated with the decline in the real value articulated in productive goods and services of our money. And this is just ridiculous. I think, and I hate to say this, I think some of you guys are struggling to understand basic principles, and so you're getting upset, and you're thinking that I'm making things up or trying to. I'm not trying. This is all basic, verifiable stuff. You would never agree to play Monopoly with me if I got to give myself free money. You never would. You'd flip the fucking table. You'd do what Jesus did to the money changers. You'd leave. You'd be like, you'd fight me. You'd say, fuck that. You're not gonna fucking sit there, go and collect $400. You think you're slick? I see the shit you're doing.
Yeah.
I'm not fucking gonna play this game.
Brad is like a court intellectual is what he is.
Yeah, he is. His arguments literally were reduced to, we need to trust the people in the suits with the PhDs. And just ask yourself this. If you can't think for yourself, are you not a slave? Are you submitting your intellect to someone else? And you know, even a dog knows when it's being kicked. Think for yourself. And if you think for yourself and you're willing to consider that the money is not real, that there is even the remote possibility that the money is being created without any increase in the goods and services available, and you just think through that basic, what has to happen there, you'll realize that you're being cheated. You'll realize that you're playing Monopoly with a thief, with a liar.
All I'm saying is there's no problem with questioning these people. Like, there's no problem with that. Now, if y'all got things that can back up what y'all saying, there's no problem with that either. I don't get where everybody is so fucking mad, bro.
You know,
like we literally just share information. That's it.
Well, Brad is angry because Brad owes me $1,000 because he made a bet that he doesn't want to pay, and then his reaction to saying things that he's not going to deliver on is to issue violent threats, profanity, vulgarity, obscenity, unceasingly. He doesn't have an argument. There's no argument to make. You literally heard him go from Diogenes is lying about the no reserve requirement to Diogenes is only telling a partial truth to Diogenes is telling the truth, but the truth doesn't matter. Here's how it's been explained.
Nowhere near out of my mouth, dipshit. So now that I have time, That never came out of my mouth that way, and you know damn well it didn't. So first off, you are fucking lying. You cherry picked one line out of it, and then thought you'd run with it and cook with it. And you even got the Civil War wrong. The reason being is that, and as a precautionary act to prevent states from, in order to have the state say, hey, the only currency you can actually do that would be acceptable in a federal society under a union would be gold and silver. Not fucking where you want it to be and then label it whatever it's worth, which would be an economic nightmare, which would allow for fucking states like California to be the prevailing authority, then New York, and every other state having to sit down there and say, my currency is not accepted anywhere else, but this is like made. But you didn't look at that because you don't look at the economic picture. You just cherry pick something without actually researching it and then give this long drawn out pontification of fucking Martin Luther King speeches and think somehow you own on it. And you don't. You really retard.
What are you even talking about? What are you even
you
What are you even arguing? What the fuck are you even arguing?
So again,
what the fuck are you arguing? Get your ass up here and defend that.
You don't know.
Get up here and defend him. He needs help. What the fuck are you even arguing? What was the Genius Act you're referring to? The Legal Tender Acts, was that genius? And how was that genius? And how was that? Help me understand it because I'm confused.
Yeah, you are confused because you've been confused. Again, somebody in the system, you can tell immediately how they scream about the system that it's unfair. But if you were on top, if you were doing okay, if you were actually applying yourself, you would actually be screaming and encourage that. You're not accountable for them. You have to pay child support or whatever the fuck you got going on in your life. It's not anything that everybody has to an entire system for. What you have is a perspective from Alex fucking Jones and some other fucking Naziist fucking parties. And how they determined their economic picture, which you left off, was that at the beginning, prior to World War II, what did Hitler say? Fuck the debt. We're just not going to pay the debt. And that's how they inflated their fucking currency, because they didn't pay the debts were actually owed. That they were penalized under.
Their currency.
Yes, absolutely 100% true. And then they went through and said this, and then again you're gonna go on this whole fucking the Nazi socialist fucking extreme experiment was an economic picturesque, which had no sustainability, which had no fucking bearing, had no measurements because they basically determined their own wealth, and guess what? It went corrupt. But you left that key card on.
National Socialist German Workers' Party certainly did not go bankrupt, and I think you're conflating the Weimar Republic with the National Socialist German Workers' Party seizure of the apparatus of power in Germany. Yeah, I'm definitely going to remain confused as long as I try to understand your arguments. Yeah, and absolutely, the idea that you would continue to be a slave to interest on debt when the state can simply issue the money in direct proportion to the needs of the people to transact and express values in real terms, that's a fundamental truth that I think every sovereign nation ought to endorse and found their legitimacy on.
Doesn't even work that way under the bed in which you're saying.
So
again, you can play multiple points.
We obviously
Hold on, 3Ski. Hold on, 3Ski. Let Brad finish his talk. Go ahead, Brad.
Go ahead.
No, 3Ski, go ahead, because it's like watching paint dry twice.
Because I want to hear from both of y'all, but obviously y'all both have different, standpoints. So I just want to hear what both of y'all's solution would be to the problem, because we obviously have a problem with this currency and what the fuck is going on with our economy.
Well, Brad doesn't agree with that.
I just want to hear some solutions.
Yeah, first of all, Brad doesn't agree with the assertion that we have a problem.
Talking about
I don't want y'all to do that, though. I don't want y'all to fight. I don't want y'all to fight.
Fucking squared.
I don't want y'all to
your little pocket. Stay right there.
To where you belong. That's where you'll stay. Understand me now? I thought so.
You're saying that for the black guy?
Did he say
No, I said that.
The white guy?
Damn right, because again,
sit on the back of the bus. I'm white. Let me sit on the front of the bus.
yeah, again, all the same fucking KKK wannabes, the lattes.
That's what your group is. Just a latte light screaming about how it's unfair that you have to share a division of wealth with various people. But again, there's many solutions. It's not just one. You could, in theory, apply accurate regulations on equity. You could control housing markets.
How are we going to regulate equity?
So again, you can put legislation in. You can do that. I mean, that was the whole purpose of the union at its inception. But apparently, you missed that in
regulating
civics. I'm sorry.
Regulating equity was the purpose of the union?
No, the purpose of the union was to ensure that they could pass legislative acts in order to facilitate a union that was equitable to all people. Unfortunately, they didn't realize it until about now, and now, in this day, you don't have it going on. But dipshits like you screaming for fucking socialist republics of fucking Germany and Nazism as an economic picture show me that, yeah, you really didn't understand how those implications work. Then that's what you're preaching. That's all you're preaching is actually Hitler's economic plans for Germany. You're just regurgitating that.
Do you even know what Hitler's economic plan for Germany was? I mean, did I say it? Did I tell you what it was? The only thing I've referenced is that the National Socialist German workers refuted slavery to interest on debt. And I would ask that you stop and think about those words and just understand what that means. And I think everyone would agree that we should not be slaves to interest on debt. I know when I was a child, I asked mommy what money was, and she said, listen, don't go into debt, don't get a credit card. And I haven't. And as I grew up, I started to look into this. I could see the wisdom in this, don't get into debt. She wrote about this, in Hamlet, neither a borrower nor a lender be, never forget, stay out of debt. The words the father passes on to his son.
Do you own a house, Diogenes?
No, I do not. So when we have a history of people who are pointing out the danger of debt, add interest to that debt, understand compound interest, and you'll start to see the problem. I see a lot of people want to glom onto this idea that I'm a socialist, and I don't want to be too defensive here. I absolutely believe that when I work together with others in my community, that we are creating a society, that our actions are pro-social, and a society allows for cooperation and for the product of an individual to be multiplied more than the sum of the parts. And that is a net benefit for the entire community. I encourage everyone to work together, and we should have a currency that facilitates that, not a currency that allows individuals like the Cantillon effect and other money mechanisms to enrich themselves at the expense of other members of the population. And that, the fact that that could happen, stands in contrast to the stated law wherefore all men are equal. So I absolutely am a socialist. I own that 100%. And in the United States of America, unfortunately, we have some socialist programs that are extremely asymmetrical. I'm for real socialism. Socialism where everyone who participates obtains the benefit for that participation, where only merit, only productivity allows someone else to exceed another. Not speculation, not nepotism, not relationships to the money printer, but productivity, real measured productivity. Productivity that values the most essential component of any civilization, which is the ability of its agricultural class to produce real edible energy to sustain us. Money that is not created from thin air, but that is predicated on a real good service. I will not ever defend a law that allows foreigners to come into the country and more dangerous, allows private interests to exploit the foreign labor, to enrich their own private interests at the expense of the public, because it is the public who bears the cost for all of the public schools that are currently teaching 2 languages, increasing their class sizes, providing health care, providing other forms of welfare to people who do not legally reside in the country. As a matter of fact, I own the fact that I am poor. I am proud of the fact that I am poor. But because I am poor, I refuse to be stupid. And I would encourage some of you to really reflect on that. There is no shame in being poor, and I won't be cheated. I would rather be poor and have my integrity than enrich myself unjustly through speculation and participation in a completely fraudulent system.
Can I jump in, please? Sid, can I jump in?
Yeah, absolutely, Seppi. Yeah, go ahead. You got the mic, brother. Go ahead.
Awesome, thank you. Be quick. Just because you're poor, I know what you're saying. You're not trying to be stupid, but I grew up as a poor country guy, and if you're poor, it's because you're stupid. Why? Because you're either stupid with your money, or you're stupid because you're not being an entrepreneur, or you're stupid because you refuse to think outside the box to project yourself forward. A stupid man subjects himself to the fact that, he's bad at something and he can't curve it and educate himself to go forward. So,
Stupid is
if you're a poor man, thank you. If you're a poor man, that just means you're just a lazy man.
Hey, Stippy, I
ain't never considered that.
Stippy, I got a question. How much do you a month?
Speaking my language, damn, bro. Like,
Stippy, how much do you make cattle mowing each month?
Fucking shit.
How much do you make cattle mowing?
Let's establish that the.
Go ahead.
I haven't
I made the argument pretty clearly
about 21,000 last month. Made about
Yeah, it's usually what cattle haulers make. It's about $250,000.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and start.
How's your $18 an hour?
Hey man, it's a living.
I know, it's crazy.
Yeah.
How much do they take out in child support?
Hey man, how are your children?
Oh, my kids are amazing. They're in the other room. I don't have to leave them. I actually am able to be home with my kids and spend time with them.
I'm happy for
my old lady didn't take them away like
it's a
Let's get back.
Did you want to take child support, Diogenes?
Let's get off the personal shit. And get back on topic. So Stephanie wanted to respond with him. I just wanted to. Brad had every opportunity to talk, and he wasn't being screened off. He was a fucking lie. So, and then he yielded it back to Three-Ski, and then Rich. So again, a question. I hear what you're saying, Steppy, and I agree with you. A lot of people are stupid with their money. Unfortunately, the problem right now is that a lot of people don't have financial literacy and financial education, right? But still no excuse. But even if what you said, what you're saying is true as far as being an entrepreneur and shit like that, again, not everybody's going to be an entrepreneur. The vast majority of people are going to be 9-to-5 employees. And I don't know if you're familiar with Henry Ford's model, and kind of what he did with Ford when he pioneered Ford. He had a heavy belief of taking away their power. I mean, goddamn, bro. I mean, you guys just want to fucking interrupt her or what? You guys have no fucking decorum, no self-control. This is crazy. Grown-ass fucking men, bro. Grown-ass fucking men. Can't even have a fucking conversation without stupid shit. So, Seppi, I don't know if you're familiar with Ford's model. Ford actually took the power away from the shareholders and believed in investing it into the workers, right? And that's how he blew up. And then I forgot old boy's name who founded fucking GM, but he took the exact opposite approach and gave power to the shareholders. And I believe the Supreme Court ruled against Ford in taking away his ability to take those earnings away and take the returns away from the shareholders and investing it back into his company. But it looked like Ford's model worked, and the workers got paid fairly. They had fair benefits. Like the Ford workers had a leg up, and then it seemed like once we went back into this putting the doggone ball back into the field of the investors and the rich and the wealthy. Absolutely, Stephanie. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because I definitely want to hear your ball. Durant. Yep, Durant. Yeah, thank you, Three-Ski. Yep, Durant. So it seems like when we put it back into the ball back in the court of the uber rich and uber wealthy, that's when the average person started losing. And I'm sorry, but the majority of people are going to be worker bees, man. Not everybody's going to be an entrepreneur. But go ahead, Steppy, if you want to rebut.
I'm gonna go after Steppy too.
I got a car question. Like, say, the nation street. Yeah, but I don't want to lose the opportunity. Shut the fuck up.
Let me let Steppy respond, because I was responding directly to what he said, so.
Yeah, and I want to respond as well. I want to make sure I get a chance to get out of
Okay,
this.
but Diogenes, I'm asking you, let Steppy respond, please.
Yeah, go to the cup chair.
I want to give him
Well, see, thanks for letting me respond. I understand what you're saying. I hear you clearly, and I get the concept that you're explaining it to, and I agree with you on that matter. But when people tell me they're poor, but they're not stupid, maybe I'm biased to it. Me and you both were cut from the same cloth, my guy. Dude. We both have been in the barracks, struggling on them 2 paychecks a month. I had some good leadership roles. Growing up as a kid, I had good leadership roles when I was in the military. And the thing is, you got to project that out forward. And the biggest thing that I project is you can be a worker bee 9 to 5. But if you're dumb with your money, you're going to be dumb in life. And that's all the way. It doesn't matter how it is or what you do in life. So if you could be the most intellectual, smartest guy. You could know every constitutional literature out there. You could know the fundamentals of being an Einstein. But if you're dumb with your money, intellectually, you're actually dumb with your life. And so I respect that.
Diogenes is one of the richest men I know.
Well,
let him finish so Diogenes can go, please. Go ahead, Steppy.
I'm going to land it. So I understand where you guys are coming from. I just want to make sure I just wanted Diogenes to know. He might be a poor man, but he could be very smart. But it's hard for a worker like myself or anybody else who doesn't know the individual personally or has interacted with them. If he's saying he's poor but not stupid, some of us worker bees are going to be like, well, how can you be so smart but so dumb with your money? So go on ahead. I'm sorry for taking too much.
Well, thank you, Steppy. I appreciate the way that you landed that. I want to clarify here because you brought up something that could be synthesized, Sig, that really needs to be addressed. You pointed out that there's this conflict between Henry Ford, one of the most, if not the most impactful entrepreneurial men in the history of the United States of America, and the way that he was brought to heel by the Dodge brothers in a landmark Supreme Court decision that said that we are going to place the well-being of shareholders and investors above employees of the company. Now, I disagree absolutely with that Supreme Court ruling. I believe that is absolutely more fraud built upon the fraud that started in 1861. But think about the implication of that, Sig, if you really understand that that's what happened.
I want to see Henry Ford.
Please don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me.
500, yeah. Don't interrupt, please. Just wait your
If you understand that the Supreme Court, that there is a fiduciary responsibility to the shareholders first, and those shareholders are getting the money that is printed from nowhere, what that does to the actual value provided to the worker bee, you would understand that the amount of time and effort that we put in every day to feed our families, to feed ourselves, is actively being undermined by money created out of nowhere. And sure, get this capital that is created out of nowhere, these banks, and they get to have the fiduciary responsibility given to them. Like, you understand how that works? They print the money from nowhere, and then they buy shares with it, and then the companies who are actually doing the work are prohibited by law, Supreme Court precedent, from allowing the employees who do the work from enjoying the benefits of it. And men like Henry Ford are rare who would even have an interest in ensuring that the largest component of their profits were actually disseminated back to their employees. Ford was famous for saying that every one of the people who builds the car should be able to afford the car. And he was sued for this because people wanted to maintain profits without productivity. Ford said, if you are productive, you should be profitable. The shareholders said, no, speculation in equities should be more profitable. Not only that, by law, you should be bound under threat of subpoena and discovery to owe your profits to your shareholders first. And it's that simple. That is the game we're playing, and I will not play that game.
Yeah, that's exactly what I've read and come across, Diogenes. And again, Durant put emphasis on debt, creating debt, having the average person, average citizen go into debt, to be able to, because he was the one that introduced, hey, let's make tiny little insignificant upgrades and convince people that they need to get the latest and greatest, and we'll incorporate the function of debt to allow them to do that. So we're selling cars and making money, and the bankers are also making money off the fucking interest, versus Ford's plan, which is again, productivity equals wealth, sharing the wealth with the people who, keep that company running, come in every day, keep that company fucking running, keep the gears turning, keep the cogs moving in the system. Again, what I keep seeing this small select few taking wealth, taking money, taking stability away from the average American and hoarding it to themselves. Whereas, and that's the same thing I'm seeing. Yeah, and that's the same thing I read about when it came to Chase. And they took the liability away from the government and put it onto the people. And then they took the profits and privatized the fucking profit and the debt and the responsibility and liability over to the American taxpayer. I'm seeing the same thing repeat over and over and over again. And again, Diogenes is right. Just from common sense, we know debt is not a good thing. You're in a better state when you don't have any debt, and you're able to accumulate tangible liquid assets for yourself and have them on reserve. This is just common sense to any human being, is that being in debt is not good. So why do I keep seeing this government, this political system, and these politicians creating and implementing policies that create more debt? Again, we had a balanced budget in the 90s. Once this shit in 2001 kicked off, we're now at $40 trillion in debt, and we can just use common sense to say having debt and being beholden and owing shit to other people, it's just not a good fucking thing. It goes against everything we've been taught as kids.
That's it. This is the most nefarious part. It's interest. It's at compounding levels of fucking interest.
That too, yeah.
You can never escape that. You are literally enslaved. You are saying, I have an obligation to pay a compounding interest on a debt that doesn't have to have interest attached to it. There is no reason whatsoever to issue money at interest as debt. If you have to do it, fine. You don't have to do it at interest either. The collective, cooperative society's efforts should always create a surplus of energy that is stored against the future.
So
the only president. Sorry,
my bad. No, my bad, bro. I'm gonna go ahead and cook. I just want to. What I'm saying is from what you said, Diogenes, and what Sig is saying, I'm noticing a pattern of basically the government telling us that we do need to be business owners. We do need to stop working and stop being W-2 workers, because none of this shit is beneficial. It essentially makes you a slave. So we kind of need to be a little bit more independent, because I feel like that's the only way that we can combat this bullshit, is play the game the way that they wrote it.
But that's the thing. But that's the thing, Drewski. Not everybody can be. You need workers, man. Everybody can't be a business owner.
Sig, hear me out on this.
Yeah.
So everybody can't be business owners. I get that, but I do think, and this is my opinion, I may be wrong. I do think everybody can be a contract worker. So when I say run a business, I'm not saying that as in like you have a whole bunch of employees. I'm saying as in contracting yourself out to businesses.
Yeah.
And working under the 1099 tax.
Yeah, but here's the thing with that, Threeski. Uber drivers and DoorDash drivers are 1099 contractors, and they're still getting fucked. So again, yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry, You're good. You're touching on it, right? So you're recognizing what is happening in the economy right now is that everyone has turned to speculation because it's the only way to keep their standard of living in the face of this money being printed with no real goods or services being produced. As Sig said, someone has to do the most important and most essential functions in society. Someone has to till the crop. Someone has to slaughter the beef. Someone has to change the trash cans. Someone has to do it. And as a society that thrives, we rise and fall with our ability to incentivize people to do that and reward them with a currency that allows them to buy things that they want. That's not happening. People are waking up like you are, to the reality that the only way to get ahead is to speculate, to try and start a business, to start a side hustle, to try to hustle to the side hustle. And they still can't keep up with
Can we let 500 go? Remember he asked if he could get it. Yeah, and that's.
Yeah, I'm about done. I'll land this and I'll walk away, if I might. Oh, you're right, 3. And that is where we are now as a nation, and this is why the powers that be have brought in 30 million illegal aliens to displace you. Because they don't ask questions, they have not felt any obligation. They literally have come in to do all the jobs that you can no longer, you refuse to do. You refuse to be treated that way. And so you can't outrun this. You can only acknowledge the fact that it is fraud. Demand integrity in money, demand integrity in politics, demand legitimate systems, and don't accept anything else. You will never, because one of the things you're not really you may not be aware of is the way private equity is functioning right now. A lot of people created a robust middle class by starting their own businesses and finding out ways they could buy goods and services, right? And then the private equity just you'll never be able to compete. They will have more money because they print it from nowhere. They print it from nowhere, brother. Like they literally just have to go onto a computer and tell their friend, like, hey, give me more money. And then they buy real goods and services with it. They will buy your business and they'll buy you off. I worked for a business and that business got bought out by private equity. They said, fuck it, I won't do it anymore. But where did the money come from to purchase it? It was fucking printed during COVID. You gotta realize, like, unless you're willing to step away from denominating value in a currency someone else controls, you will belong to the person who denominates that currency you depend on for your value expression. It's that simple. Thank you, guys.
Please?
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's 500. What do we go next? Yeah, that's 500. You got to go ahead. What's going on, man?
Thank you. No, I don't really have too much to say. It's just that Diogenes said Henry Ford is the greatest American entrepreneur of all time. I mean, what about John D. Rockefeller? What about Andrew Carnegie? They were they were a different status or a different tier of entrepreneur than Henry Ford.
Carnegie.
Asking me a question, or are you?
A question for you. This
because you're wrong. I mean, obviously it's a subjective opinion. I'm not stating that on a factual basis. I'm stating, and I didn't say he was. I said he may have been. Obviously, I respect Henry Ford for what he wanted to do for his employees far more than I respect Carnegie or Rockefeller. They were very greedy men. Okay, so
pronounce his fucking name right. It's Carnegie.
Hey man, do you have an opinion? Do you have an opinion, or do you just sit there in the gutter? Do you just sit there in the gutter and snipe, or do you have an opinion?
Truck driver.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
You're not a highly paid truck driver. Like, Stimpy's a truck.
What is wrong with truck driving, bro?
Right?
I literally pull over. Like, I'm not gonna put my finances on it.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it.
Like, what the fuck?
Three. You have to recognize that what you were talking about, like 1099s and trying to build your own business, people are desperately trying to justify the things that they have done that are not productive and protect them. When Brad gets angry, it's because his industry, finance, insurance, and real estate should be some of the least rewarding. Things like truck driving, things like primary productive activity. Without truck, our shit doesn't get where it has to go. It doesn't get bought. It doesn't get sold. That should be one of the most lucrative endeavors because it is the most essential to a properly functioning economy. But it's not what is most lucrative. Banking and speculation and equities is more profitable because the entire currency has been fucked.
And also, too, those industries, I mean, look at the industries that are thriving right now. Look at the medical industry. Fucking government subsidies, bro. Hey, you know what I'm noticing, dude? I'm noticing a pattern of the most thriving industries get a lot of fucking government taxpayer fucking subsidies, bro. I wonder how they be hanging on right now if they didn't have all that fucking money flowing to them.
I was going to say real quick, it's always the door swingers, the freight movers that complain the most because on the bull racks and grain haulers, dude, COVID, man, shit, dog, dude. Hey, dude, like, I receive about 50,000-60,000 a month hauling stock. So, but the drive-in haulers, shit, like, probably like
that. But y'all be stinking, y'all be smelling like shit.
Shit, bro, that's money, dude. That's the money.
I'm just talking shit, bro. I'm just talking shit.
You know, it's not my fault that the oxys in that 65-mile-an-hour freight shaker. I'm in the left lane game, you know.
So the way that it works is you make a profit, and then that nonprofit like requests grants from the federal government, and the government will reward the grants to the people it deems best, right? So that's what it is. Like, that's why states like Massachusetts and the blue ones, they just make a lot of big nonprofits and they get all that federal funding.
You guys government subsidies, yeah.
But we can't lose sight, guys. We can't lose sight.
They're funded by the
We can't lose sight of this, right? The source is basically that money gets created without any real value being added to the economy. That has to be rectified. Everything else is just speculation about the way that it's unjust. The greatest injustice from which all lesser evils are spawned is the fact that the money is printed from thin air. You can work as hard as humanly possible. You can be the smartest man in existence. It doesn't matter if someone can print the money and buy anything you have and claim ownership of it.
Yeah, look at the Somalians with all the hospices. Like, I'm sure that they just ask. They say, this is what we're projected to do, and the government will reward them, you know?
And that guy that was doing all of that fraud shit, he just got a year. That's it. That's just crazy.
These fraudsters didn't get any time. In 2008, in the global financial crisis, there were several different laws that are felonies that bankers routinely violated. We're talking about entire banking policies that violated federal law. And when Obama was asked, and when his Attorney General, Eric Holder, when they were asked, why hasn't anyone gone to jail? They said, oh, well, we're worried about what would happen if we held them accountable for their fraud. Imagine that. Imagine believing that the system of governance and justice is fair and that we're equal before the law when you can't steal a $10 sandwich
without commodity stuff.
I'm gonna dunk the fuck out of you, Diogenes, just like I did JB and Roger. Just like I did Roger and JB. Just wait for it, bitch. All your records, everything. Registries, dockets.
Vod, I just got a question for you, bro. You seem like you know. Never mind. Here you go. Fuck.
Yeah, I just kick him from the room, man. Anybody threaten to dox someone personally, I don't tolerate this shit, bro.
Thanks.
Y'all a headache for real, bro. No lie.
Yeah, not gonna lie, man. I've been trying to be objective in this conversation, and the other side that I've been hearing, it's just been a lot of emotion, man. A lot of emotion, a lot of personal shit, bro.
No, what it is people want to be right, and I'm just like I come from the spot where I'm just trying to take in as much information as I can on either side, and then make my assertion after I do my research. But these people, they just want to be right, and it's like, damn, bro.
It's not that I want to be right. It's that I'm just laughing at it because again, you have these.
You gotta be real with yourself sometimes,
dude. I am real. You know what? You know what's funny about the whole Ford example being used is. Yeah, he started out with this whole vision of this like socialist workplace and an idea that was there. But you're also forgetting the fact that there were major labor strikes and fucking aggravations like destruction of property. All of that shit going on, similar to Hershey, Pennsylvania, when he created his fucking mecca to create a candy bar. But these guys don't.
Brad, you gotta admit your faults though, bro.
Okay,
Like you gotta admit your faults sometimes though, bro. Like you're not no dumbass dude, but you do be trying to be right sometimes, and it's like we could just collect the information instead of doing all the bickering.
Then if you're going to collect the information, then collect the whole story. Because Ford ran his company into the ground, and it wasn't Dodge, it was actually GM that supplanted him because they diversified. Ford refused modernization. He refused upgrades. He never moved on from the Model fucking T. He never fucking wanted to innovate. In fact, despite the fact that his own workers who left him at a fucking rapid pace because they could make more money elsewhere, he thought, oh, no. In fact, it was even written by diary journals, newspaper articles at the time, that he was a tyrant in his own factory with his own people. So despite the fact that there was a great opening at the beginning, his control over that little economic socialist experiment proved to be almost futile. And Ford almost lost it because I forget the name of the guy, but the lawsuit that actually really hurt Ford was the fact that he lost over the gasoline engine, especially in the way it was designed and implemented because it belonged to somebody else. So that lawsuit was there. Now, to be fair, he did win against the American Licensed Automakers of America or whatever, ABLA or whatever they went by back then, but they actually didn't have a right to do it, and the Supreme Court correctly ruled on that decision. But it wasn't Dodge that put the end to Ford, it was GMC. And what saved Ford eventually from becoming something of the history books was the wars. That's the only thing that saved them. And they turned around that fucking entire dynamic and became a for-profit company, and allowing shares and allowing investments and bringing in modernization, taking out loans to modernize equipment to pay off said debts. So this is how Ford propelled themselves into the future by actually saying, you know what, maybe our business model kind of sucks because clearly nobody wants the fucking Model T for the rest of their lives, and that's the only way it did. But you'd have assets on here saying, you know what, they were a perfect model to show what it was, but that model showed no innovation, no ability to make beyond what was set in there, and you didn't have the opportunities to succeed beyond the scope of what Ford decreed. So what this is telling you is that Soviet Union was a great economic picture. The problem with their models is it's always contingent on everybody else's wealth. They always want to take from you or from that, and they want to use overall everybody else's opportunities to pass it along and, quote, divvy it up. But the problem again with that is if you don't have new developments, just like Ford, the problem expands and you lose. You lose. You run out of fucking money. Because if you don't continue to develop, if you don't continue to be capitalist, then you lose. So these socialist programs that are, quote, being magnificent, and God forbid you have debt in your life, these models really don't work. Again, Venezuela did it. They nationalized absolutely everything. Where are they at today? Where were they before Trump came in? Nowhere. They were broke. They couldn't survive it. If these economic viabilities, Soviet Union, all of the fucking Soviet bloc states would be fucking following the similar model. In fact, China doesn't even follow this model anymore. They use capitalism to boost their economy. So again, these tired old rhetoric fucking Marxist approaches don't really scale up when you look at the picture. And the examples they pick, they cherry pick certain highlights that sound good, and then they leave off the rest of the story. And that's what we should say. The rest of the fucking story should be told.
Okay, and I hear what you're saying, and you brought up a couple points that I'm gonna definitely check into, Brad. But again, you're bringing up this socialist argument. Again, if Ford had his little utopia, which it doesn't seem like it was socialist, it was paying people thought their value was, right, based on the profits that he generated from product that he sold and marketed to the public that the public thought was valuable. Again, true capitalism would be, don't get the Supreme Court's involved. If he's not able to innovate, someone else is going to come up with a better fucking idea. Someone's going to come up with a better idea and said, hey, if the people want more freaking whatchamacallit, more rapid upgrades, right, at a more frequent rate, then naturally he'll go out of business, and his only option is to compete. But again, once we saw the governments get in, then that's when things started going downward. So I'm trying to understand where you're getting this socialist. Understand where you're getting the socialism from original.
So take it like this. Him and Hershey started with similar experiments. You know about the start of the Hershey candy bar, right? You know about Hershey, Pennsylvania. How it started. Yeah. So it's even a better example of how it goes wrong. So Hershey goes out, develops the fucking candy bar, goes through all these scientists. I think the guy eventually figured out how to add milk to chocolate. Was from Cornell. Some fucking idiot. So it's actually really great. One of the greatest inventions in here. But he figures out how to make the fucking Hershey bar. Hershey goes ahead and builds an entire town, buys thousands of acres on credit. But then it sits there and says, hey, I'm going to put all my wealth in this. So I'm going to build the factory. Now I need to build the farm to milk the cow. I need to buy fucking workers. I got to give them homes. I'm going to create an entire city under this social paradigm. Now, when you look at what caused the collapse of Hershey, there were other people, there's competitors. Everybody should agree that competition is fair. No one should have this stranglehold, except for the idiots on here that want to follow Nazi Marxism, fucking socialist programs. When you have the ability to make money, and he faced competition, the workers themselves revolted. The townspeople revolted. The fucking farmers went up there, and they had fucking massive problems with the entire economic picture that Hershey built, because he thought his socialist utopia would provide for all, and it didn't. It was not able to compete with that. Shut the fuck up. Sit down. So again, I don't give a shit, dude. Dude, you can go shut the fuck up. Go flip those fries.
Finish his talk.
Go flip those. Make sure that milk gets bought. Make sure that man that's on shelter is got fucking food in the fridge for them. So again,
that's how they be talking.
Hey, yo. Shut the fuck up and let them finish his talk. Go ahead, Brady.
So, again, when you look at these, the workers revolted. They wanted more of the price because, quote, their labor was what was important. They were the product. They believed that they were the prize instead of the actual Hershey bar. They realized, quote, that their labor wasn't the only one out there. They had farmers, they had townspeople, they had teachers, they had hospitals, doctors, etc., storefront. Where got your truck drivers to deliver the shit. You had all of these people mixed in together in a society, and you had people saying my labor was more important to the other. Then internal fighting started, all at the behest of Hershey. And Hershey was demanding, hey, you guys need to listen to what I say. And they demanded a bigger piece of the pie. Finally, the farmers of the cows kind of won out in their labors because the cows were getting fucking bloated, waiting for milk to be made. And they came up there and started cracking a few heads. I think they actually ended up killing a couple people. But at the end of the day, the experiment fell. Hershey himself was fucking so distraught with it. He said, this economic picture, this model that I built showed me its foundational weakness, is that capitalism needs to go ahead and be brought in. I provided free groceries. I provided free education. I provided opportunities for jobs. I provided all of, and it still was not sustainable. Ford model, again, was not sustainable because, again, he couldn't innovate and realize it. Now, you look to his sons, they innovated the fuck out of the Ford. They fucking went through a transformation. And Ford's model was okay for the time for the Model T. And his investments and the reason he was able to pay his workers the way he was and set it up was because of the initial success of the Model T. It had nothing to do with fucking all of this stuff. But as it lingered on, that success runs out. That money ran out. Because again, socialism is dependent on taking other people's wealth and not creating, innovating, or inventing. The same thing happened in Hershey with their little labor. The same thing happened with Ford. There was another group that happened in Kansas. It fucking failed abysmal. You should really look into the economic pictures that these guys all tried this approach that dipshit is fucking espousing. And you guys, you're clapping for it, and I'm laughing at it because we've tried it so many fucking times, and it's inherently failing. And if it was so strong and good, why wouldn't it last? Why couldn't it beat capitalism? Why couldn't it beat the economic picture of the U.S.?
Oh, shit. Yeah, I gotta keep my pocket, baby. Yeah, hey, Brad, you there? Is he on the phone?
I mean, I've been listening. If I could chime in quickly.
Well, let me just point out.
Real quick, I just had a question. If anybody else could answer, they know about it because I'm listening. Whose wealth did Ford take? That's curious.
I want to point out that no one, I have not in any way, shape, or form argued in any way about whether or not Hershey's economic model works or Henry Ford's economic model works. That was all a whole bunch of very interesting opinions, but in actuality, the only thing Ford has to do to inform me is that Ford was sued by the Dodge brothers and never claimed anything about GM's role in anything. It was the Dodge brothers who brought the suit against Ford, and they successfully sued and established a landmark precedent that there was a fiduciary responsibility to the shareholders first. That's the only salient point I'm taking from that example. Ford failed. I see a Ford driving on the road. I see Hershey bars in the store. I mean, this is just fucking ridiculous. I'm in no way, shape, or form concerned with any of that. I'm concerned with our money having real, discernible, transparent value.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering whose wealth did Ford take? Because I've never come across that. I was wondering. And two, it's like I don't see any evidence of Ford having any type of social program. As a man who came up with an idea, and Ford capitalized. His biggest capital was on the assembly line, production at a cheaper rate, and
wait, there's also one other thing Ford did. He designed the Model T to run off of ethanol so that farmers could make their own fuel. And then in turn, the oil magnates basically created the alcohol ban in order to get them out of business. And that.
Yeah, the Rockefellers and Carnegies that were being mentioned earlier directly went to war to prevent alcohol from being used as the primary source. So then Ford had to transition because of prohibition to using gasoline burning engines because he had no fucking choice. They literally outlawed the fucking possession of alcohol. I mean, this is just such a preposterous misreading of everything in service of nothing but trying to prove that he's got a bigger dick, which is just preposterous. Like, we're having a real discussion about what does our money mean, what our values are, and none of anything anyone said was in support of, well, we have to have free school, and we have to have housing, and absolutely not. We're talking
that's
about
what I was trying to figure
value
out that's why I was trying to figure out where the socialism comes in. That's where
I think there is. I'm by no means a fucking socialist. I think they should. I won't even risk losing my account. What I think should happen to them, but. Okay, I mean, I can say I'm more like a Jeffersonian capitalist. Like, I'm extremely wary of big business or, monopolies in particular, and the influence and the power that they'll wield over both the government and the people. And there's a reason to fear that. So our founding fathers absolutely feared that. And now it's just a bunch of fucking greed and consumerism. Everybody, I mean, it's how can you squeeze every last dollar out of the middle fucking class?
Socialism for the rich. Socialism for the rich, ruthless capitalism for the poor. Because in 2008, when the bank's greed caught up with them, instead of prosecuting them, they said, oh, well, the public will have to pay for their debts. What? Why? That's the worst kind of socialism. You could have socialism. It meets the definition definition of socialism, when I bring my paycheck home to my family and we use it as is best for the entire family, that's socialism. When a part of my paycheck goes to the national defense, that's socialism. We all agree that we should have some kind of socialism. The problem with communism, the reason communism fails, is because they lose the ability to truly express value. Just like this money printing, you don't know what something's worth. So the farmer doesn't know what to plant, the school teacher doesn't know what to teach, and it all falls apart. This is preposterous. It never has been an argument about whether or not people are going to work together and call the net profit social or communal.
Right, especially when it's privately acquired and then privately dispersed to the people who help run it. So yeah, that's where I'm lost. I'm trying to figure this. So I'm trying to hope.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
explain it.
This is disgusting, and it's because he doesn't have an argument. Because
first, second.
We agree on the basic. Brad ultimately wants the same thing that I want. We want there to be justice and integrity. I will not accept an illegitimate government, even if it does an act that I like. It is illegitimate. It has to be legitimate before I can endorse any of its actions. And that is not going to change. So, tough shit.
Anthony, what's going on, Anthony? Welcome, brother.
Hey, man, I've been on the phone a whole lot, and, I just been catching up on the conversation. Great Room said, I just wanted to say this, man. It's a very interesting conversation going back and forth. I'm going to be honest with you. In 2026, I think that it's a moot point. I think that, this current paradigm that we're in, it's over. It's on its last legs. Whether you like socialism, communism, whatever, I think it's on its way. It will be in full effect shortly. That's my prediction. I feel like, when you combine automation with artificial intelligence, the worker really doesn't matter. So it's either the government is going to provide for the people, or we're going to have anarchy like we've never seen. It's going to be the real life purge. That's the way I see it.
Can't we all agree that the most surprising thing is guys like Brad that continue to try to tell you everything's okay, move on, nothing to see here?
And that's what throws up a red flag for me, especially when it gets emotional and all that. I'm like, if you stick to the point and just rebut the thing, it's like, okay.
That's what I was telling him. You don't sound like a dumb dude. You just gotta stop all of the ad hominems and talk, nigga.
Right, and then it's like, I'm hearing the other side of the argument, and the argument keeps saying, well, trust the system, but time after time after time, I've seen all the system do is fuck me over, and fuck Americans over, fuck the middle.
You've had the literal fucking erosion of the middle class.
Are you black? If anything, you should have no trust at all in this nation.
Right,
black.
and that's what I'm saying. I've literally seen, from my great-grandparents, my grandparents, them being financially stable, them owning houses outright within a matter of a few years, them having cars that were paid off, their dollar being...
Great-grandparents would die from a splinter. What the fuck are you talking about? They all died of heart attacks.
It doesn't matter.
High blood pressure.
Doesn't matter.
First world fucking problems, Pepe.
That is... Shut up. I get really sick.
You threaten to die from tomorrow on station, bro. You can't come back. Rich, sorry, man. But, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I hear what the other side is saying, but trust the system. I've seen with my own eyes continuously fuck the middle class over. And the middle class is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And it's literally the uber rich that are benefiting and the extremely poor who are benefiting because they're getting a bunch of fucking government subsidies. And who's paying those government subsidies? As far as welfare, Medicare, all those Section 8, all this other shit. It's the middle class. So again, I keep seeing, and that's what I'm saying. So it's like, I hear what the other side is saying, but it's like, with my own eyes every day, I keep seeing the exact opposite of what you guys are saying. Trust the system, but the system is repeating.
Man, I don't believe it's broken. I believe it's the way it's been always designed. The rich get, what's up with the shit?
let me say this. My point is more so we talk about the justice system and then y'all talking about the economy. I don't think it was ever set up to be fair per se. I think it was never distributed fairly for certain groups of people, and I think what's happening in modern times as we like evolve from our history of sorts, you see that class warfare is a real thing. It may have been masked over the years due to other issues in America, but class warfare has always been a thing, and we're seeing that now. Based on the conversation we having right now, it's like everybody can kind of agree that something about this system isn't functioning correctly. I don't think anybody wants a system like Russia. I think some of the communist systems that we have around the world, obviously we know what it is. I think some of the socialist systems we have around the world, we actually could look at them and see if it's anything that works. Because the truth of the matter is we have a socialist type of economy like system. I mean, somebody noted that already. Defense system, schools, roads, healthcare, any of that shit can be deemed socialism. Yet the big difference is our government isn't per se like owning business like China, but it seems like it's rigged in the big business favor. So it's on one level. I understand. Shut your whole ass. Weird ass fucks. But yeah, that's what I mean. Like I hear the shit Brad be saying. Path to a degree, but Brad is really intelligent on a lot of levels. When I hear people talk about socialism like that, it's just like, how do you discount all of the socialist factors in our society and that have been there?
Well, that's the thing. That's what we were questioning, and unfortunately, Brad had to take a phone call because that's the thing. Like from what I gather from the conversation, Rob, everything the other side brought up were examples of true capitalism. Someone coming up with an idea, exercising that idea, bringing it to fruition, and then profiting based off that without any type of government subsidies or taking money from other people, without them knowing or against their will, or from the public, and then being able to profit off of that and then expand their idea. So that's why I was kind of wondering where Brad was coming in with the socialism, because I didn't gather that from.
There you go right there, Brad.
What? Sorry, I have a call. It was work.
Bring up socialism.
Is he going in now or is that me?
Where are the examples that the other side gave what connotation for socialism? Because you kept bringing that up.
Because their primary example was the Nazi Workers' Socialist Party. That's their overwhelming icon. And so when you look at these Nazi socialists, and you realize exactly how their economic picture fell apart, and where, literally their dollars were worth nothing. And again, war has a tendency to pick winners and losers. You better be the biggest, baddest. In terms of it, Germany had good production. Its problem was its resource allocation, its inability, and again, centralized leader leading it under a socialist framework always turns to shit because their idealism is a stranglehold. You've seen that. You've seen that time and time again. Maduro, what fucking dipshit in Nicaragua, Noriega, and again, we can see all of these things continue to go on, and this idea that somehow debt is inherently bad, that's not necessarily true. Charging interest rates, if I go to you and ask you for $10,000 and you take it out of your banking, you should expect interest on that. The longer I hold on to it, if I don't pay you back for 10 years on it, and you're just like, well, you still owe me $10,000, but you're not getting any of that money back. You're basically taking out of your pocket, giving it to somebody else, and then saying, so you lose out on the opportunity to invest it, to buy shit with it, to use that at your discretion. You're taking it out of your own pocket without getting anything back. And unless you're talking about a flat fee, which that doesn't fucking really work too often. So, you want to have interest on these loans. You want to be able to do it because otherwise If you just had that straight there, can you imagine the number of it just borrow and never pay back and never have that debt? Interest helps ensure that.
Yeah, I can agree with you on that. And that's, I think if a private entity decides to loan money out, they have every right to. But what I was gathering, Brad, was that once you start bringing the public, you start putting that liability on the public, I think that's where the point of contention was.
In a situation like that, Brad, how much government intervention do you think should be? Well, not even, let me not say intervention, just oversight of things like loans.
How much like government intervention?
That's why I said
I think a lot. I think you should have the ability to redress your grievance in a court. You should have the ability to sue. Someone should be arrested for not paying you, because if they're not going to pay you back your debt, you should have a platform or an entity such as a government to back up your ability to go after, say, assets, to go after them for that amount of money that they are not going to return to you. So yes, I agree with government oversight on that. Why wouldn't you? Like, if all of a sudden I borrowed from you and refused to pay you back and you had no entity to back it up, what do you think happens? The next step is we become kind of mafioso. You like, yeah, we could. Texas, Brad, you know what's going to happen. Right? But you want without doing harm, you want to be able to be. And so you're going to put liens on people. You're going to put liens on property. You're going to, I don't know, if you were a private bank and you loaned out money for someone to buy a home, you're going to seize that home and liquidate it because that person refused to pay you. The argument
I don't have a problem with that type of stuff, man. Like, there you go. Like, I don't have a problem with the government doing and operating as it's supposed to, which in my mind, it should act as an oversight type thing. Let's make sure the systems are running efficiently. When it's time for us to step in on things, we step in to make sure that things are distributed, justice is distributed fairly. What the problem is, we just have so many cases where it's not.
No, but we have this inequity of distribution of the law.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that's the human aspect of our system.
Rob and Brad, if we gonna have this long thing and you gonna say it's right, I think that it should be, they need to work on it not being so many predatory loans and lending going on. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, well, they've tried, but in a free market system like it is, it's like, what we gonna do about it? I used to work in the payday loan business, which is very predatory. But at the same time, if you don't have $500 to pay your rent, but you do have a job, you couldn't go into a bank and get no loan, right? But you can run into that payday loan and get that $500. Problem is, with all of the interest and all that shit, by the time you pay it back, you done paid $2,000. So it's like if you was to compare that to a big loan, it'd be like getting $1 million and paying back $50 million.
Well, that's just part of doing business, Bob.
So it is predatory, but at the same time, like I'm saying, you fucked off.
Well, take it a step further. So let's do this. Let's say I build a hospital in fucking Steppy's backyard. I buy the land from Steppy. I build a hospital, provide services. Sig invest in it. He sits there and says, I have $10K to invest in this hospital, and whatever you guys make, I want 2% of profits over the years, or whatever it is, whatever the terms come out to be, whatever we decide. If I fail to execute on that, if it's because I go bankrupt, well, Sig's out of that money. But if I make a profit and I tell Sig to go fuck himself, well, now Sig can actually provide legal actions. He can go to a court, because if I'm a big entity and I have millions of dollars and I don't pay his interest, he has a way to, he can remove me because he's got control. He has some measure of control, and he's also part of the system that's there. So again, when we hear these like broad-based, weird socialist programs that, labor, I'm all for labor. Yeah, you're all for labor, but you want the overwhelming dynamic to the slice of the pie beyond the share. You're not you're not the product. You're the producer.
Hey, Brad, are you familiar with the book called 0 to 1 by Peter Thiel, where he says that in America, to successfully sue a corporation of that size, you need at least $10 million?
Yes, I've heard Peter Thiel say this, and then I kind of laughed at him because even when he came on Clubhouse and did his speech, I said, that's not necessarily true. That doesn't always happen because, quite frankly, the way we have our system set up currently, pretty much McDonald's got sued for a woman burning her vagina and a cup of coffee and she became a millionaire. Now, granted, it was really painful. It caused surgeries and she had fucking scarring. That was horrific in and of itself. But the idea that we have lawsuits and you have a way to collect off of that shows that theory isn't true.
Personal injury. Obviously, we know that lawyers will do personal injury against big corporations for free. Think about that, though. We're talking about regular civil lawsuits, not personal injuries.
I get it. And even civil lawsuits, you have of cases that go through. You can Google civil lawsuits that have been won. The insurance company is a prime case in point in that. We have civil lawsuits all the time against us.
Diego, the person that brought up the Dodge Brothers suit.
I don't know if he did.
Partially, I said that the Dodge Brothers, Diogenes got into it, but yeah, the Dodge Brothers sued Ford.
I just want to ask you a question because my limited understanding on that. I talked to somebody about this about 2 years ago. That this is like the case that set the standard for like the profit dividends and sharing for like whether a business ultimately is a business at behold like a public business working for the public or their shareholders.
Exactly, they're working for the shareholders. Yeah.
All right, your opinion of that. What's up? Go ahead.
It's very important to understand that the way, once again, it was represented in a very dishonest manner. Ford was paying wages to his work.
The president says after the fact, called the Russo.
Yes.
No, because they just basically didn't get their money from being the investor, nor did they pay for their part.
Correct. So the way it was represented by the Genius guy, I think that's his name. Ford was sued because he was paying good wages to his workers. That's bullshit. It had to do with what the incentive for the profit is, because Ford went to reinvest, grow his business, invest it back into the business, and create more business opportunities for the company. What they were arguing is that they're due their shares because they invested money into his enterprise and they were waiting for their payout, and he was going to use the money that was owed to them to invest back into the company. And that's
Andre, you're also forgetting the other part where Dodge provided the Dodge brothers or family provided multiple literally today it would be billions of dollars worth of parts to Ford to make it. And he refused to pay on those parts.
But from his point of view, they took money from Ford and invested it to create the competition for Ford, and that's why he was pissed. And that's how he ended up, writing all his extracurricular books.
But Diego, if you're a parts maker, let's say, so the Dodge brothers started out being like manufacturers. They were just parts makers, and they did prefab and fabrication of work, right? And if all of a sudden you're like, well, I invested in this guy, he's dependable, he's got the best freaking car out there, and all of a sudden he's not paying you for your work, your labor, because, you got dipshits saying, oh, he's investing in it, and then he's not paying the money you helped him get kickstart his company, then and you're like, you know what? We got money. Why are we making parts for other companies? Why not just create a car ourselves? Wouldn't you do that?
What's the question?
If you are a fabricator, a parts maker like Dodge Brothers were.
But they weren't.
They made parts for Ford. No. That was part of, that's part of the lawsuit. That was a major part of the lawsuit.
They learned how to make the tools for Ford, and then they started becoming a parts manufacturer. You gotta read the history, man.
Again, Ford refused to pay for the parts. That's literally, go look at the lawsuit itself.
Can I, you want me to go look it up so we can just...
Go ahead, look it up.
Anybody know that, I just do Ford again. Ford versus Dodge Brothers. For 19... Is that the same case we talking about? 1919?
Yes.
Okay. What happened? The Dodge brothers
invested in the Ford.
Shareholders.
Oh, you're reading?
They were shareholders. Yeah, I was gonna read it. The Dodge brothers were shareholders in Ford Company. Henry Ford was the majority owner. Ford's plan was to stop paying big dividends, use profit to expand production, lower car prices, pay workers more, and Ford basically said, I want to benefit the public and workers, not just, I don't even care about all of that. Why the Dodge brothers sued? They wanted their dividends, profits paid to shareholders. They argued Ford was holding back profits and not acting in shareholders' best financial interests. So that was why they sued.
There's also a part about parts.
I'm reading. It's just talking about shareholders, stakeholder, shareholder. I don't see anything about parts, bro.
Okay, so I'm wondering what you're reading, because like the best source would be probably some like historical thing connected to like Britannica or something. It will give you.
You want me to drop the link?
A better idea. Yeah, sure.
I'll drop the link.
Let me. Okay, here we go. So John Francis, 25, 1864. Well, his brother Horace Dodge. A year later, blah blah blah. The others grew up in Michigan and began their careers as mechanists. They co-founded bicycle company. However, by 19 they have sold the business to open a machine shop in Detroit to make parts for the fledgling auto industry. Okay, so they.
Brad is right. I found the parts part about it. So it says
Oldsmobile.
Yeah.
Oldsmobile's next Henry Ford contracted with the brothers to build engines, transmissions, and axles. Ford was unable to pay the Dodge full in cash, so he gave them stock in the company. So that is a cool like this is actually how it all started. So Brett is absolutely on point.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't get part, but I put it in the parts issue, and it gave me the whole rundown of it. So you're right, Brad, and I enjoy it.
That's why I said, like, you have to
But three, do you understand how like one can spin that narrative in a very dishonest manner? Because the Dodge brothers, they filed a lawsuit not because Ford was paying the workers large wages, it's because he was unable to pay them the dividends on the investment that they made into the company by providing him with parts and later receiving. Ford just wanted to reinvest the money to build up his business, which is also understandable. You know, like he was a businessman. He wanted like expand his company, but he was not paying what was due to his investors.
And in fact, his workers, like, were, if you go even further in history, well, further up in timelines, you'll find that the laborers that Ford, I want to benefit all of society, they rebelled against it multiple times. There was huge labor strikes. And then, of course, you had the Depression.
They made engines, transmissions, and like other critical components before it started.
Correct. Yeah. And I didn't mean I was laughing at you. I'm just laughing because, like, it's almost like liberals. They take the cherry pick a little bit, and then they want to like make this whole pontification about, hey, you know, this is how the society should be. Look at what happened to him. No, that's not quite the story.
I just want y'all to stop fighting and get the information out. It's liberals and it's both sides.
Yeah, it's not liberals. It's demagogues. People who are demagogues, who are, you know, stand on the soapbox preaching for some sort of utopian future, whether it's monarchy, whether it's Christian nationalism, national socialism, international socialism. They spin the narrative. They take, they do 80-20. They do 80% truth and then 20% of the poison pill inserted into it that will create very specific. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just going to chime in after you. I just want to make a pretty bold statement, guys. I just want the good old-fashioned American swagger days of rank and bank money days, just chasing your dreams, making your money, and just, be unified together. And that's just where I'm at. I understand
that
what
shit
people
over with, blood. I ain't gonna lie to you. I wanted to, because I never got to experience the shit where, man, I understand where you coming from, Steppy, but that shit is, it's way too far gone, bro.
It's not. Like, you guys are just not understanding. So, how do I put this? So, the landscape has changed. It's just different. So, back in the day, I'm going to. So, back in the days, like pre-Civil War, for like a vast majority of this country's history, it was all about land. It was all about that. Then it shifted a little bit to the Industrial Revolution. People congregated in the cities. They left all these free plots of land, and it just did it. Like some of it was stolen, eminent domain. I understand that. I'm not ignoring it. But the vast majority of people, when they were deeded and passed on these large tracts of lands, they left it. They were like, sell it, I don't care, abandon it, and they went to the cities to go make their fortune in the Industrial Revolution. They wanted to go work for Fords and Hershey's and Carnegie's and Rockefellers and fucking Campbell's and all like Birdseye. They wanted to go work for these guys, and they did it. Con Air, the AC guy, like a fucking genius, literally developed the entire Southwest and South for production and manufacturing, all because of an AC unit. He put it in homes, and that made it feasible for development out here. And there was a race for land. Land is now, for the most part, divvied up. It's still there, but not. We don't look at it that way. So farm ag workers are kind of working. Their lands are shrinking. They're selling them to HOAs, and they're doing their thing. Hats off to them. But what you have now is you have a new age. We've moved on from the industrial age, the blue collar age, where you could build skyscrapers and all that stuff and become profitable. Wait, hold on, Steppy. Let me finish.
Let him finish so I can understand.
What you have is everybody wants the digital world. We are now in the digital world. And that's the new landscape. It's moved from land, industrialization, to now digital. And it's going to be the prevailing landscape, and you need to, unfortunately, figure it out. Now, some key industries will remain the same. Healthcare, a little bit. It's changing massively. The finance sector becoming more digitized. You no longer have to go to the offices. Fucking most of Wall Street really doesn't work on Wall Street. Hats off to you. Hats off, you should come down to Austin, Texas, or Dallas, and you'll see that.
My homie, a tech guy, he worked for Owens Corning. Been working for them for like 8 years, and after COVID, they stopped going to I understand what you're saying on that.
Yeah. So you're just dealing with a new game. You can wish for the old times, and there's still going to be a sector of our economy into it, but it's not the dominant one. And unfortunately, we have to navigate.
The problem I have with it is that it may not be the one, but it's the most essential. So you have to take care of the most essential people in your nation, or it's gonna fail every time. And I don't think that they've been doing a good job of taking care of essential people that they need.
Well, I just want to interject real quick on what Brad brought up. I'm not contradicting him. He's accurate on it, in my opinion. But the farming community, which that's what I'm in, we just went back to old swagger and hustling roots, like the HOAs that Brad's talked about. A lot of the smaller farmers have actually transitioned to basically renting land to HOAs because the suburbs and HOA communities are coming in and they're pressuring to buy up land while we're fighting back. And almost all the states are doing it where we're transitioning, saying, hey, we'll rent you our land. You do all the land development, but you're gonna cut us a monthly check for so we can still have a living. And you're seeing it in South Carolina, big in Texas, Oklahoma, Phoenix, all the way up to the Midwest, and even some New England parts where we're straight up renting it out. We'll give like 20 acres out for HOAs, and I think the going rate is right about $1,500 per acre, and the HOAs are actually jumping all over that.
Oh, the other thing I was going to ask you, if you guys sorted out, sorry, I'm still working, but did you guys figure out the whole Federal Reserve thing? It's zero, and what other things the Federal Reserve is using to control the liquidity, like, the constraints that they put on the liquid assets and stuff like that?
It's probably too high level for this room.
No, and these guys like the Ricos and the dipshits, and Keegans who don't understand it will sit there and say the Federal Reserve needs to end, and that's their only lane. That's all they keep saying. It's the only thing that went wrong. We need to end it, and then we can go back to being a normal nominal nation. Because they still believe the Federal Reserve prints money.
Well, it issues currency in its scenario when it engages in quantitative easing. But when it engages in quantitative easing,
there's other instruments that the Federal Reserve is using, instead of just putting some sort of reserve requirement in order to control it. Like liquidity requirements or capital requirements would be like, two main ones. And they still in place, so it's not banks can do whatever they want.
Well, Andre, look at that. Like when I hear that, dude, they're not considering the assets. Like even so, if you go and get a job, your Social Security number is an asset that can be used for the Federal Reserve as making money because you're paying taxes. Then when you go into federal properties, like. Well, there's a multitude. Even the market is used slightly as an asset in a world platform because when I had a gentleman the other day was very argumentative about China having marketing, manufacturing. It's like, guys, I'm for bringing jobs back to America for manufacturing, but you gotta be very cautious because the USD is high in value amongst the world. So if we keep dominating,
can I ask you a question? What do you mean that your Social Security can be used as an asset, like a collateral? No.
Yes, as an asset.
You cannot use your Social Security number as a collateral, but to borrow money, to get a loan out, I don't think so.
Well, no, not individually. No, not as an independent. You cannot use it as an asset. I'm saying on the government end. Now, I might be completely fucking ignorant, just so you know, Andre. I'm probably just the dumb guy here on the platform.
Don't say that. But there might be just some sort of confusion.
Well, I'll this. I'll explain to you how I interpreted it when someone brought it up to me. And see, maybe I was led by a fool that made me think like it. But I was explaining after the Civil War, the United States of America was in debt. And that's, I believe, where Rockefeller came in, so that way the United States can work its way out of debt for being in a war, all right, a civil war. And that's where the Social Security came in, and taxes, and they utilized as an asset that could give a line of credit to the United States.
I see what you're saying. Okay, I understand what you're saying now. So what basically is like you can use your Social Security, your futures and your Social Security as a collateral when you get an personal loan or a mortgage or stuff like this, and then once
well, for the government,
so here's a but. I think, and check me, I might be wrong on this one, but there is a certain amount that is protected regardless. So everything access to that protected amount, which is whatever, like a minimal amount or whatever it is, livable amount, that can be released to the creditors once the Social Security is deposited into your account.
Okay, maybe I was misunderstanding.
No, you're right. You're essentially right. Not the world, but you're essentially right in terms of using it as a sort of collateral for like a personal loan or like a mortgage or a car loan or something.
Okay, well, thank you for a little.
Wait, Andre, I'll push back. Rockefeller actually did stabilize America. I mean, especially in the oil industry, because it was like it was so chaotic at that time. It would be up and down almost daily. He instituted massive pipelines. He helped reform some of the regulations. Now, granted, it led to a more monopoly kind of thing, which Standard Oil was then broken up. But still, he helped increase the tax revenue like massively. And then he helped America achieve more equitable distributions from oil companies and allowed it. Not to mention, he also did a lot of philanthropic work. I mean, fuck, the guy started University of Chicago. So, I mean, he basically, if he had come along and did that for the oil industry, I mean, I imagine it would probably have been done at some point, but I would have shuddered to think the federal government at that time frame, which a lot of the people on this stage that were here earlier probably would have cheered on for having the centralized government manage the ability to handle resources and distribute them, which would have been probably cataclysmic.
I mean, from what I understand, like what the type of system that's been promoted is the syndicalism, right? It's like the workers who are controlling the people who are making the product are essentially controlling the means of production collectively. I mean, and all you need to do is just like search for critiques of that. I mean, that's essentially like what the fascist economy looked like. There needs to, and even they had to do some central planning through ideological means, like they had to guide the economy and its assets into a certain direction. It's just so bizarre, and like just open any critique of it. Like one of the problems is that it creates stagnation because there's no incentive for competitive nature of the free market. You know, like once you monopolize a certain industry and have like a class of people with the same or similar interests who want their paycheck to come regular in stable manner, there's no reason for them to change anything about this.
I didn't disagree with that at all, but I mean, the guys on stage were all screaming for that.
That's essentially what brought Soviet Union to its knees. I mean, granted, they did have like central planning, but it was once again ideologically inspired, and the sort of competition that was even at the early stages of it was sort of like a puppet competition.
Like again, I brought the examples of where that similar attempt was attempted by private industries. Hershey, I brought it up. Hershey, fucking Ford are two prime examples. Like early Ford, not new Ford, but for Henry Ford, the original, where they failed under that ideology. Oh, and furthermore, I found it ironic that they were talking about how great a champion he was, even though he took other people's money to go ahead and do it. He had no problem putting his hand out there saying, give me, I'll redistribute the wealth, and then didn't want to pay the debt that he owed to the people that he borrowed from. That was ironic, and then people screamed that there shouldn't be interest on loans. But
we're seeing socialism at its prime in New York City with that mayor. You know, he He promised so much, and yet what has he actually committed to?
Well, he's going to start seizing properties. So he's going to take people's private assets, which are properties. Now, he's already claimed it. It's a policy in New York City now. So now he's going to take people's properties if they don't follow the real paradigms or the way they can sell it, and the city now can buy or take it from them at whatever price they determine to be fair market value. That's ironic. So some poor schmo goes ahead and buys a place, and now some dipshit in New York wants to be able to just go ahead and buy it because they're in the government and they can just take it from you, and that's your whole life savings rolled up into one. Fuck that. Like, why would anybody want to do that?
Well, because Brett, it's very easy to spend somebody else's money. I mean, it's very pleasant and there's no strings or responsibilities attached to it. It's great. You know, you spend somebody else's money and you can do it as much as you want until it lasts, actually.
Yeah, Brad, and two, I don't think anybody was arguing against interest. It's that if you decide to lend out money, I think, yeah, you're taking a risk that that person may default on that loan that you give them. So I think the reward for you taking that risk is that interest, right? No problem with that. But in a case like the subprime lending with the housing crash in 08, is that when you have the government take taxpayer dollars and say, hey, if you fuck this up, we'll bail you out. So now they start taking unnecessary risks because the liability no longer falls on them, it falls on taxpayers. That's what people have a problem with. And if someone does default on the loan, then yeah, I think you should utilize the government to officially put on the record that, hey, this person entered into a legal contract to borrow this much money, and you were to pay it back with this much interest by this date, and you default on that. Yeah, I think the legal system is justified in enforcing that contract. But again, I don't think the privatized profits, people loaning money, should be. I'm sorry, the liability shouldn't be put on taxpayers for a private transaction.
That's a fair critique, but just 2 points. Number one, that the reason the market crashed is not necessarily because it was the government who was propping that house of cards, but it's the marketing of the product, financial product itself. The diversification or diversity is not necessarily a good thing always. And what they were doing, they were just getting subprime loans, like kind of chopping them up into little parts, making huge packages out of them, and saying that 1,000 people cannot all fail simultaneously unless the economy goes down. Is exactly what happened. And it was just kind of a snowball effect. The bubble burst and the whole thing kind of unraveled. And another thing I would like to say is that is not bad. That is good, especially if there is, if there is confidence of the loaner that you are capable of getting it to them at the end of the day. Because number one, they get their interest. Number two, it allows you expand at a very rapid pace, especially if you have a good idea and you have, if you are motivated to do something. So that can be a very powerful tool. It shouldn't be shied away.
Right, but what happens is that debt gets mismanaged when you take away the liability on that person.
Absolutely.
Again, when you
100%.
Yeah, people are gonna be more reckless with their loans when they know they don't have to pay the consequences for that recklessness.
But that's what they were preaching on here. That's why I was arguing back to it. They were they shouldn't have interest. There shouldn't be accountability. There shouldn't be anything. Like if you take out a loan, literally, and I'm quoting this, you shouldn't have to pay interest or even compound interest on loans you take out, end quote. That was the statement. I mean, at the end of the day, what they're arguing for, aside from their fucking neo-Nazi socialist reforms, was literally it was the economic picture leading up to World War II with Hitler. Yeah, they had a strong economy. They were production. There was actually good work going on in Germany, but it was under ideology. It was under seizing. They didn't pay their debts, and they seized assets from other entities. And to furthermore, they expunged people
from the market, which is why it didn't even fucking remotely last beyond that referendum. And then they had to be built up because they had nothing afterwards. There was no contingencies. So like these ideas that these guys get on here and say, oh, the Nazi Socialist Party had the right economic agenda and we're going to preach from that Bible. Okay, good, but it didn't last. It was defeated.
You see, that's not what I wasn't hearing the entire Nazi Socialist part. I wasn't hearing them saying the entire thing. I think they were picking out aspects of it.
Well, they were cherry picking, sir. That's what they were doing. They were cherry picking the best agenda, and that's just my opinion, sir.
Sig works for a living. He's definitely no fucking sir.
You know what? Hey, beat me up, Chief, but you know what? I do like to show a little modesty to new people I interact with.
But my problem with it isn't that, say, like, I'll fight you all day long, and then we'll still drink beer. I'll still knock you. I'll beat you till you're white, and you can beat me till I'm black. It don't fucking matter to me. But at the end of the day, with these idiots like this, the reason I go so strong against them, like these idiots, is because what they want to do. And really, you can see this because Pepe really went through this one night. He started like really talking just real soft and direct, and he was talking about literally these groups. These guys all go on Discord. They all talk together, and Pepe started explaining their economic theorems, and it was a controlled class where they want to be able to control the economic production, have the means of control without having to produce anything, and then determine who or alignment of their ideology would be beneficial from it. And Pepe went through all of them and said, I recognize their voices, I know who they are, I can tell them from Clubhouse, from Twitter, to Discord, to Telegram. And he started laying it out one night, and I was just laughing because he was, to quote one of the women on this app, he was spilling the tea, and he did a great job with it. I'm just floored that people give such a platform because, again, their models are never realized, and when you push back against it, they are like, oh no, I'm going to pick Ford. He just wanted to pay his workers a higher wage. Yeah, sort of. Was fucking boost his own power. He controlled his workers. They were determined. You should look at what he did, what their workday was like, and not just kind of gloss over the highlights of it. Like, workers themselves saying working for Ford sucked. It was not great. In the beginning, it was okay, but then it became tyrannical. They were scared. They were threatened. They were abused. And when they went on strike, Ford himself had even offered, what was it? It's rumored, I'll say alleged, to threaten to kill his own workers. Like, it's certain people that were leading these labor strikes. So, I mean, that's weird to like, quote Ford and then not even realize it and then pull up lawsuits like, oh, he got sued, that's why he stopped. But you didn't tell the whole story. He didn't pay for the shit that he went and bought to build his empire. It was all built on a house of cards.
Well, the way I was processing as we was talking, like, I mean, he was talking quite a bit, but to me, Mr. Keegan, Mr. Agnes, it sounds like, you know, they just want stuff given to them for free, and if it's not that narrative, like Brad, you nailed it on the top. You know, it's not how it works. You know, there's a whole process, and you're giving examples of process and the reasoning of process. And if there's any contradictory in his opinion to your saying, then he needs to be very resourceful and do his research. My whole issue that I was having with him is the same way that Brad, I'm sorry to speak on your behalf, Brad, the way I was processing it is almost mirrored to how Brad was saying it. Is he, you know, taking loan without interest, no matter the reasoning. To me, that's not good business. It's not, you know, America, in my opinion, I might be a fool for having it. America is a business. If you look at workers at the bottom of the pyramid. And you know, the best bit, I see with Keegan, I see with Diagnos is they want to have the best outcome for individually versus the whole operation. And that's what I don't see eye to eye with them. I'll listen to them. I'm not agree with them. But what he was saying, in my opinion, Sig and Brad, is just utter nonsense.
What I was hearing, and again, to be fair, you know, you guys kind of floated in and out of the conversation a few times, and we were talking about this for a few hours before you guys joined. Is that's not what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing is that there's a level of unfairness that's going on. And when we talk about the interest, it's the fact that we have higher up officials who keep taking out more debt and more debt and more debt and more debt, and the interest is compiling, and they're not the ones taking the liability. They're the ones, again, it's privatizing the profits and it's socializing the liability. That's what I've heard from their argument. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to pick up where you guys are coming from. I didn't hear that.
So let's put it this way. You know Ford, right? Or no, I'm not Ford. I'm so sick and tired of Ford. Franklin Delano Roosevelt. You know Roosevelt, right?
Yes.
A lot of people point to 1913, the Fed, you know, all those transit. Those are the major issues and the turning point of what happened. Oh, and then the Civil War. Like, these are periods in times. These are snapshots. Yes. Blah blah blah. They some of the long-standing effects can be felt. Yes, culturally, economically. But really what they're arguing for is from the Ford Doctrine. Doing basically what Franklin Delano Roosevelt really did. He upended, he fucking made it illegal for people to own gold. He changed interest rates.
And then charged it.
Correct.
Like price later, man, to buy it.
Right, manufactured that out of there, and then he wanted to basically divvy up it, and they're arguing for that same centralization, but they're doing it under the guise of Bitcoin, or saying Bitcoin's going to solve it. And you heard them saying, I don't think a digital currency should exist, and then meanwhile they're saying you should invest in Bitcoin. Like, you can't have two contradictions together and then have it go ahead and exist. Yeah. Like partial Bitcoin bros too, like delusional ones. They just look, I made $100. Woohoo!
So any competency or merit.
Yes,
like, you know, you won the lottery and you propose that the lottery should be won by everybody.
But he brought Bitcoin up as an example. His main thing was a decentralized currency that the government.
Think about how that would work, Sig. Like, think about a decentralized currency. Like, we had that at one point. Prior to, like, the Civil War is a prime case that I can go to. States were printing their own money. The reason Congress said, oh, hold on a moment, was because currently, like, South Carolina's monetary value would be vastly different than New York's. Rhode Island would have been broke. It wouldn't have survived. Like, having states embody their own currency and then having to uphold it, like, fuck, Hawaii would be dirt broke. Well, maybe not. Maybe Hawaii would be okay, but I mean, you couldn't have a decentralized currency in a nation of the United States, because then if you're asking for that, what you're asking to do is create 50 brand new countries.
That's not true, bro.
And that's exactly true.
Can I say something just in much broader strokes? I hear what you're saying, Zig. And just like all the economic analysis, whether on the left or the right, radically, you know, like Marxists, you know, National Socialists, they're making a correct observation. Okay, what you said is right. You know, politicians, famously in Thomas Sowell's words, they don't bear any liability. You know, they can make decisions, grand decisions, economic decisions, and then they just go out of office, and whoever comes after them, plus the public, has to bear the consequences of it. That's a correct observation. What they're arguing for is redistribution of power. They're saying, give me power. Give us power. We can do it much better because we're for the common man. with the little man, restructuring. The argument is essentially exactly the same as any kind of Marxist.
When he says us, what do you mean us? What do you mean us, Andre? When he says, you're saying us.
The poor national socialists who will give the power to the working man, who will create a syndicate. I heard him say exactly that. He said that the means of production should be controlled by the people who produce those things. He wants to cooperate and create syndicate-like entities that would control things outside of any kind of financier or loan office.
Yeah, what he was saying is putting that power and control back into the hands of your average American. Because clearly it's been taken out of our power, it's been taken out of our control. And one of those things was what Brad brought up, is that we actually had the federal government to turn in their personal private assets. And that's what he kept bringing up, is that the government, when we talk about monetary items, is that the government is taking it. That's our private shit. The government should never be able to come and say, hey, give me your shit. And FDR was a good example of that, is the government put in a law, said, hey, you have to give me your gold. And then a few years later, what do? They turn around and then they allowed Americans to buy it back, but it was at an increased rate. That's what they were talking about. So when they say give us, he's talking about the actual American people, the actual citizens, not just a select.
Okay, so it's a class. It's basically, once again, it's redistribution of power. Now, Zig,
it's not. It's giving us back the power we already have that the government took away from us.
That's what redistribution of power is going.
No. But listen to the way that you're
a clockers thing.
Right, but again,
I know.
It's so technically yes, technically you are correct, but no, it's returning it back to its rightful owner. They took that away from the American people and then squandered it away, and then created an even bigger problem that they're not having to suffer the consequences for. It's us who they fucked over. That was a.
Okay, so where bait and switch happens, in my opinion, is that it's the type of system that is proposed is a clockeracy, right? It's giving the direct democratic rule, basically, by the masses. I think it's a very bad idea, personally. I'm much more in line with republicanism of some sort, of constitutional republicanism. I think there should be first principles that should be guarded and guide any kind of decisions. And whether the people, people with big P, or the government gets out of line and, tries to enforce some sort of law that is unconstitutional, is not according to the first principles, the other part of the society should get the stick out or a whip and make sure that we're all back in line with first principles. And I think the type of balance that we have is fairly good. Yes, once in a while it gets out of whack and it needs to be rebalanced, which is what I think is Trump is the creation of that disbalance. But, I don't think the power should be solely within the masses, the mob, or it should be solely within the government.
Well, here's the thing, though. What you just brought up is that it gets out of whack and what Trump is doing. You understand what Trump is doing. So because it's been getting out of whack, and why has it been getting out of whack? Is because there's been a bunch of unchecked motherfuckers dipping their grubby hands into taking a bunch out.
Really?
And they created a $40 trillion deficit. So the only way to protect that and keep that Ponzi scheme going and keeping Peter to rob Paul and accrue more and more debt is to go over there and start picking a fight with other people and fucking with other people instead of just taking the consequence that, hey, you mismanaged this shit. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go kill a bunch of people and kill a bunch of innocent civilians and then send our troops in there to get killed as well to cover up this fucking Ponzi scheme of mismanagement, bro. That's essentially what Trump is doing right now. It's that, hey, we started this Iran campaign. You brought up what Trump is doing right now to rectify it. And that's not a viable solution, bro.
So, because again, I was just gonna share my understanding of the bigger picture. Now, I might be wrong because I lack full information about what's happening and all the top secret documentation, all that stuff. But
you're in the matrix, bro. You're in the matrix, Andre.
I gotta ask you questions.
Well, hold on, let Mr. Edward go because he's been waiting for a while. Hey, what's going on, Mr. Edward? Andre, yeah, you're in the Matrix, bro. You're in the Matrix.
There's a.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Edward. I'll just mute Andre.
No, I just want to say hello. And I don't know if any of you ever read the Federalist Papers, where there should be checks and balances. We have 50 independent states. We have 350 million independent Americans. If you just take the federal debt by itself, we're 34 to 35 trillion. And then you take individual debt, we're $18 trillion. So that's $69,000 per every American right now. And you can look at your own personal spending and your habits. You got to be very careful on what you sign the dotted line to. And I think that people who are what we call quote unquote elected officials, which I do not believe that they are gifted in finances at all. I think that they don't know the role that they're supposed to represent. Supposed to represent the people, not go there and get rich, not go there and get inside trading, not go there and in debt our future children and grandchildren. So until we the people wake up and realize that the people that we send to our state houses and the ones that we send to Congress and to the Senate comes from our actual states. And if we don't get rid of those people, I don't care what we try to do, guys, behind the 8 ball, because we got people right now who I call people in power, not purpose. We got people right now who want power, not the purpose of leading our country in a way that we teach people you cannot overextend yourself as a citizen and you cannot overextend yourself as a government. That's all I want this to hear say. I just try to be very practical. I don't need to get into all the economics and everything, because you know what? I tell my wife all the time, if right now gasoline, guys, is $6.30 in California, okay? There's nowhere in the world, my wife and I can continue, because I drive a lot. So we have to make adjustments. So we downsize some stuff. We decide to do things differently. You know why? Because that's my household. The situation room I have is my kitchen table. My wife and I have to do this. And I tell people all the time, you got to control what happens. And we can't just go being willy-nilly just because other people have chosen our leadership here in the state of California, my city, you know, because they're still trying to operate on the same budget when we all know that there's things going on. There's wars going on right now. Things are happening. And no matter what happens in our state house, and then what happens in other state houses, and then ultimately what happens in the White House is going to come down and affect all of us. And it's all start with individual spending. You got to, that's why the debt of the individual, whether it's mortgage, whether it's cars, whether it's your credit cards, you got to learn how to get out of debt. And I always say, Sig, I land on this. If you're going to be pro-black, you got to be in the black. That's being pro-black.
Yeah. Amen to that, Mr. Yep. And that's exactly what my point is. And that's what like I said, I'm hearing from the other side is trust the system, but the system has done nothing. You know, again, I'm a fucking retard when it comes to, you know, high-end finances and all that extra shit. But I'm smart enough to know debt is not a good thing. You know, a long-term debt is not a good thing. Unreasonable debt, not a good thing. Overextending yourself. I'm not done talking, Brian. I'm not done talking, man. You know what? Bye. I'm not dealing with your ass tonight. Fucking idiot. But yeah, and so that's what I'm saying is that you're absolutely right. The people that we have elected have mismanaged. And again, I place the blame on us because we're the fucking idiots and we're the retards that keep electing these fuckers and keep falling for this stupid bullshit that keeps our focus off of who was actually doing the damage in our country. You know, so my thing is just, where can we get to as an American people to get that power back into our hands? You know, again, looking at the past 3 generations, shit has gotten worse and worse and worse and worse and worse.
You know why, right, Sig? We don't have any masculine people. No masculine men.
There you go.
No courage, man. There's no courage. People back stand up and crap out of you. Yeah, I'm sorry, King.
The king is here. How can you say that?
Easy. This is very important because if we as men do not govern our own homes, how are we going to govern our cities? How are we going to govern our state? We have people right now in office in
that should have never been elected. I'm sorry, guys. We're not teaching our children to vote for values. Not check this is we hold these truths to be self-evident, not we call popularity evident. Okay? That's why a lot of people don't know what's really going on in America, because all they're doing is voting for their quote-unquote pet peeves. You know, the pronouns that we're supposed to have, who I get married, you know, all this crap. Come on, guys. You are personally responsible for the outcome of your life. There's no central government anywhere in the world that should think about you more than you think about yourself. I'm 100% responsible for the outcome of my life and my wife's life. I'm not looking to any person. I look for solutions, not excuses. And our government is a big excuse of trying to govern other people, but that was never our founding fathers' thought. We're the only nation that says in our Constitution, we hold these truths to be self-evident, not government evident, self-evident. If you overextend yourself and you become a slave to the lender because you sign your line on that dotted line, that's the problem.
Edward, but I mean, that's the key principle for publicanism, right? You have, as I said, it was first principles and you follow them. Now, I hope I have reception now. Once again, I want to give a disclaimer. This is just my perception, because I don't think anybody does outside of the, you know, the government. That right now, everything revolves around our main geopolitical enemy. China has challenged the United States, challenged it for supremacy, challenged it economically, which is very important. It's trying to wrestle away power from the United States. So everything that is done by this administration has its focal point getting China in line.
Been able to do what we do because we value their dollar, so manufacturing would be cheaper over there, and we went away from manufacturing in the United States and allowed them to dominate, and they played the game well, man. But again, our politicians sold us out.
It wasn't necessarily politicians. I think it was like it was supposed to be a symbiotic relationship and neoliberal political theory, where if you give access to a country to a free market, that the free market is upstream from political thought and ideology. It's a false narrative. It has failed in Eastern Europe after the fall of Soviet Union. It failed with China, and so there needs to be another type of strategy.
That strategy is to be a production powerhouse. And it's to be a production powerhouse, bro. We stopped manufacturing here, and then we started being a consumer. We put everything on the fucking oil. We put all our fucking bets on the oil market and the fucking oil industry, bro. Right? And because there were certain people in those industries that became fucking multi-billionaires on that shit. They did that shit on purpose and sold us out. I mean, that's what it comes down to, bro. Like, one of the things that made America one of the greatest countries is because of our manufacturing capability, bro. Like, this is why we were able to fucking get a whole bunch of money from European countries, from France and then Britain, because we started manufacturing. We lent them the money to sustain the war that they were in, and then we also created the manufacturing to produce the goods and the food and the arms and all that shit for them to buy as well. So again, time and time again, what we see is we see a pattern that you produce, you remain an economic powerhouse. Once you lose that, you go to shit, bro.
Well, that's what's
so
happening.
why are we
China?
Why are we going away from that
now? That's the problem.
Right, and we see that's what happened in China. China was poor as fuck when I was a little kid. China was poor as fuck. And what they did was they went to manufacturing and production, and now they became a fucking powerhouse over the span of a few decades, bro.
Yeah.
So that should tell you something.
It's not as simple as that. I mean, I think it was a smart move by the United States to move manufacturing outside of the country, except for, you know, very necessary, you know, for the country's defense industries. But what I think the mistake that was made, it was not diversified. Like in this case, I think diversity is a neutral, value neutral word and a concept, and I think in this case it actually would hold a positive consequence for the United States. So
I think you're being overcomplicated. You're being overcomplicated. The top 80 brands.
Hold on.
The top 80
Hold on, Simon, can I finish, please? And then you can go and rebuttal me if you want to.
All right. Sorry, man. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's all good. But it's, I think what would have been a smart move, and I think the United States is doing it right now, is moving its production to Vietnam, to to other Southeast Asia countries, and some of them are probably going to hopefully move into Africa and Middle East, whatever. But they had to create sort of competition among their producers in order to keep tabs on it and not allow one country to get so much power as China did.
But why would you do that? Sig, real quick, you're to pin something at the top of the room from KK.
What's that?
You're to pin something at the top of the room involving Political Compass from KK, and there's a special surprise tonight from the Political Compass.
Okay, yeah, throw it in the chat, KK. I'll put it up top. Absolutely. That's what
It just needs a review first. It's about 5 to 7 business days.
Nice try. I'm just letting all of you know. I'm just letting you all know there's a special announcement and a surprise involving tonight. That's all I can tell you.
Okay, cool. Oh, you sent it. Okay, cool. Yep. Let me grab it real quick, KK, and I'll post it for you.
So are we still on the economic pictures of America, or have we moved on? Because I heard Africa involved.
Yeah, Andre was just, we were talking about
diversifying,
improvement, production, and how we moved away from production, and we see that once China picked up production and manufacturing, it became a powerhouse, and how we got once we removed our production and manufacturing. And I was going to say, Andre, one of the things I'm noticing is, if you look at, for prime example, the chip industry, right? And what I'm saying is, look at what's happening right now. We're building a silicon chip facility here in the United States to be able to produce that. Why? Because we realized that being offshore, it was a vulnerability. So when you're producing and you have production in-house, you're generating revenue by selling the product. Then when you have revenue, you can continue to fund R&D, which keeps you ahead of the competition. It keeps you competitive. But now what I'm seeing is, oh shit, we got away from manufacturing. We let these other companies do it, and now we're trying to hurry up real quick and build some of these key industries in our own nation. So again, why are we going back to it then? If diversifying and getting away from production was a bad thing, then why are we all of a sudden trying to hurry up and get back into it once we see these other countries threatened? We should have just kept it here in the United States, bro, and stay competitive in that.
No, but you need to understand, or to be able to satisfy the consumer at scale, the way United States consumer market is, we cannot do everything inside. It's going to be excessively expensive, just because we have a very limited resource of just people, like physically, and space. So I think that kind of getting it out of sight of the country is great, but you need to be smart about this. Like, I think what you just pointed out is one of those things. Yes, it's a vulnerability, a big one, on the defensive front. So you need to kind of pick and choose what you're going to be diversifying outside of the country, and what are you going to be keeping inside.
So what you're not looking at, is there's components to this where you're a lot of people misknown this. Yes, the U.S. only ranks 10? We do 10-15% of overall production of manufacturing. However,
real quick, Brad, my bad. Just pause real quick. KK, it won't let me copy the link in my DM. Can you put it in the chat, and then I can pin it? For some reason, the copy's not sticking for both those links you sent me. Well, go ahead, Brad. I'm sorry.
Okay. But where we actually make up for that is in the chip design. We overwhelmingly, we're at 50 to 60% of that. And our major players are companies like Intel and NVIDIA and AMD, Qualcomm, et cetera. And you can go Apple, all of these, whoever makes all these places actually build, and they also manufacture, but they also go overseas to help produce them at what Andre said is a scale. So we have control over the market, both economically and with design. We're just top notch. Taiwan, China, South Korea they're not even close to us. They're not going to catch up to us.
We're that faster. This is why, like China, for instance, they are barred and banned from working with these companies. We ban them because of intellectual property, and we don't allow them to go into certain fields in college, and we don't allow them to have work visas in these areas. And we don't do it with like Koreans at certain points, and various other entities. We don't do it with Russians. So it has to do with a lot with like how we vet them. We'll deny those outright, but like we only look at one side of the picture, and that production side, yeah, you're right. We don't have a manufacturing plant where at $18 an hour, some Joe Schmo is just sitting there with his thumb, pushing a button and making a chip. But we have massive factories that do chip design, development, testing, like they do other parts. And there's a huge R&D factories that we utilize on our sites. So it's kind of mixed, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but design alone wasn't cutting it enough, Brad. We had to move back to manufacturing and build manufacturing facilities here in the United States. That's what I'm saying. Design wasn't enough. And we went right back to square one, which is manufacturing and production.
But we actually do something else on top of that. We overwhelmingly have over 50% of the chip making tools. So we actually make the tools that make the chips, and then we sell them overseas to these countries to make said chips. So we have, like, this is a lot more complex on it. And it took a while too, because when I first said, oh, the chips, and I started looking at the Biden investment bill, and then I started looking at why people, like true economists and true people who are in the industry, like Silicon Valley, were kind of against it, saying this is kind of ridiculous to invest our money there, was because, again, minimum wage jobs you're creating at a factory at an investment of taxpayer dollars, because quite frankly, it's an assembly line production. So, but if we have like strategic development of the tools that we can sell, and then you pay people a lot more to develop those tools to actually go ahead and make those chips, well, now we're talking. Now we control the design, we control the tools, and we control the market. The only thing we're leaving off is the actual minimum wage production jobs, the stamp job, the fry cook job. We're just not having those. That's the only part of this line that we don't dominate in.
When you lose competitiveness in a certain area, you have to, by definition, any business would have to do the same. I have to do that. You have to reinvent yourself. So that may be through a high-level technology. Yeah, if that relates to chips, I don't know. But, you know, because the reality is China is more competitive. 80 of the top brands in the West, so Apple, clothing, whatever they are, the top 80 have all got factories in the Far East, not in Europe and not in America, because the labor's cheaper. It's just that simple. And in the same way that America, you know, Britain's well gone, yeah, but we had our manufacturing moment, you know, with railways and stuff like that back in the 1800s. Then it became America, and you had your time. So you have to reinvent yourself. You know, it applies to all Western countries, because China and those Far Eastern countries, they have got a commercial advantage. So that's one thing, and it is possible to do. The government has to support investment in the right industry to grow in the right way. And this is my sort of like, in my head, the problem is that the gap between the rich and the poor is bigger than it's ever been since the 60s. So pretty much in my life, you know, you've got people making obscene amounts of money, and effectively that has come out of the working and middle class. So that gap, I don't think is sustainable, and it's how we address that, because it's all right going, yeah, well, it's opportunity, we're in a capitalist society. Well, my problem with that is I don't think it's a level playing field. So if you think of the banking crash in 2008, because there was subprime mortgages and people were defaulting all over the place, and that caused a massive issue. Well, the banks were bailed out. If my business fucks up, nobody bails me out. Yeah, and I understand why, because you've got to have a banking system if you're going to be a capitalist society. But we're going to have the first trillionaire shortly. And that gap, I just don't think it's sustainable. And what I would suggest as a solution will not go down well, which is we should tax wealth, not income more. But I will get accused of being a communist for some
That makes no sense. You can't tax wealth. You can't, like, it's not even feasible. How do you ascribe wealth? You're going to talk about unrealized gains. You're going to say, like, Elon Musk, he's a trillionaire in theory. But if you were going to liquefy his assets, would he be a trillionaire? I don't know, maybe. It's whatever speculation is or assets are. And most of it, 90% of that is mostly speculation. What do you think Twitter will sell for? What do you think Tesla will sell for? I mean, you're trying to say we should tax wealth, which is mind-numbingly, like, you can't. You just can't. It's been tried, it's been done, and it's been an epic failure. You cannot just sit down there and say, I think you have too much, I'm going to take it. How do you take... How do you break it? Are you going to break apart Tesla? Are you going to say, you know what? I'm going to provide 350 million shares of it and give it each a share to everybody else. And those are the only shares that can be leveraged against the company. There's no way to do that, to basically assess somebody's wealth. I could be a trillionaire. You don't know that, because if I have literally all of my money out there in the ether providing jobs for the economy, etc., then I'm actually part of the progress going forward. And the reason why we looked at stabilizing the economic picture, even though I disagreed with it, I thought CEOs should have been leveraged fine. Some of them should have went to jail. Only a few people went to jail. And I think they should have been penalized. However, and I didn't agree with the golden parachutes. Those are different from the idea that, hey, the largest insurer in the world, not just in America, but the world, had global, and we were like, should we bail them out? Yes, absolutely should have. You had to back them. Because if you didn't, the downstream impacts would have been catastrophic. It's not just the fact that they would have went out of business because you think it's just a small mom and pop scope. But the fact that these companies had such large expenditures than everybody else, and they were relying on the banks as part of their backup, they didn't understand how bad that would have assumed. That would have collapsed hospital systems. We only have 6,700 of them in the country to take care of 350 million people. That would have been catastrophic. Transportation industry would have been impacted. Your jobs would have been impacted. Can you imagine your employer going, I have to pay 50, 70, 120% over current rates for you to have healthcare benefits, and saying, you know what, I'm just going to go to a NICRA plan, and here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you $500. You go find a health insurance plan, and you manage it on your own. And that's exactly what was looked at. I know this because we're still doing some of that shit today. Yeah. And so your idea of looking at it through a mom and pop business versus a global economic scale, and not to mention the impact that it would have had on Canada, Mexico, literally trade agreements, Europe, the Middle East, we would have caused massive devastation globally just by letting that major insurer go ahead. Now, you could blame individuals, that part I agree with, but not billing out a certain industry that literally was propping up a large or significant part of our economy and saying we should have just suffered with it. I don't know. You'd have to offer a different solution other than just let it fail, because McCain tried that and he was pushed down.
I didn't. The point I was making was I didn't say we should let it fail. I said we have to have a banking system. Yeah, and whatever that entails in terms of like the insurance company that you referred to. However, it doesn't take away the fact that the system had. So therefore, you've got to agree that by definition that means that we're not in a capitalist society then. Yeah, because you can't support businesses and not support everybody. No, that's not fair.
Actually, we can.
Well, capitalism is a fair exchange of value, where that value is dictated by the market.
No golden parachutes, Mike, and that's not capitalism, that's socialism once you give the golden parachutes. Especially when it comes to lazy behavior. That's exactly what happened to the big three. why they started fucking tanking, and allowed the Jap cars to come in and start dominating.
I'm not talking about the auto industry. I'm talking about someone who's looking at our economic picture and our stability from England and then telling us we should have let them fall. So, but like the idea that this insurance, which was the premier, like the downstream, like, Sig, I can tell you this. If we'd have done that in 2008, your daughter would be suffering today. That's how bad this would have been.
But why did it get to that point, Brad?
Because the banks, like, again, you can fault the people. I'm not discounting it. Lock them up in jail. Go ahead, get rid of the golden parachutes for these CEOs and execs. I'm not saying that. But if you had to financially prop up the industry because of those decisions of a few, then yes, those CEOs, yes, send them to jail. But in the meantime, are you going to allow the millions upon millions? I mean, what are we at, 350 million? Let's say about 125 million people who would have been drastically affected with both employment, loss of home, and income. Would you have like said, hey, you know what? We should just let that fail? Because our economic picture on that, we wouldn't have been able to recover from that. We wouldn't. We'd still be going on that issue.
But Brad, this goes back to...
I didn't suggest that we should.
Yeah, that's the thing, Brad. Again, is that you're right. Throw them in jail. But that's not... There's no consequences at all for these people. So they keep making... irresponsible decisions while they still reaping tons of profit, and there's zero fucking consequence. It's just a cycle over and over and over. So now we're at the point... we keep doing this, and now the whole thing's about to collapse. It's about to fucking collapse because we kept doing it, right?
Well, we're not going to collapse. We've actually put much more safeguards in, and we've done a lot of things on the back end to prevent that very thing from happening. And believe it or not, what's going on right now is actually a big dogfight. And yes, there's problems with the BUCAs and major insurance companies nationwide. It's because of the risk assessments and the inflationary prices from both medical and property P&Ls, and these are causing massive problems because they're overinflated rates. And to be honest, the insurance companies who were a stopgap, they used to be horrible, but now they're more of a stopgap against these inflationary prices. And people think somehow or another they're the cause of both quality of care as well as the cost increases, and they're not. They're the ones trying to fight back, but they're getting slammed from, guess who? The medical community and the rebuilders that are on the P&L side. So these guys are able to optically change your mind, and you're not looking at the correct picture. Once these insurance companies pull out, like California, you have a wildfire now, and you don't have homeowners insurance, you're not rebuilding. You don't have the capability or the financial funds. If you do, hats off to you. But the majority of people do not. This is the benefit of insurance. And is at the rates that of medical facilities, which you only have one or two in your cities, one of these determines what those rates are going to be. If you can't afford that care, all they have to do is fall under EMTALA. They have to stabilize you and kick you out. And then they'll apply for Medicare or Medicaid if you qualify under those programs. If not, you get substandard care. And we're aware that the most egregious care is under the Medicaid program. You get sub care. So I caution you, like saying, oh, we should just let certain entities fail, because again, if you didn't bail out the insurance company, that, like, say, we all would have been, like, I was in pain. I would have been still destitute. I probably would have, like, honestly say, I probably would have put a gun to my head and pulled the trigger over what would happen, because I couldn't afford those bills. Like, if I didn't have the insurance to pay for my wife, that was, like, overwhelmed.
But why did the bills get that high? Okay, again, I can look at the cosmetic industry. Okay, no insurance, no government regulation in that industry, and the cost has gone down, and the care and the quality has gone better. So why would that same model not apply to healthcare? And they're exactly mainstream healthcare. They're the exact same thing, Brad. So I'm not buying what you're saying, because we have an industry that shows whenever you take the bureaucracy out of this shit, it goes back to natural capitalism, which is, hey, in order for me to stay competitive, I've got to get better at my skill and then find a way to become cheaper.
So a couple of things have happened. The number of cosmetic surgeries. are truly down overall. What you have is repeats of individuals going for this, but you don't have the massive fluxes such as like the 90s and the early 2000s. That has kind of dissipated a little bit. Also, as well as a lot of the cosmetic surgeries, at first, almost all of them were denied by insurances. They are no longer denying them. So like breast reduction, breast augmentation can be covered by your insurances, is even covered by a variety of private health plans. So you're not seeing that on the private side, you're seeing it on the insurance side. We also cover a lot more in terms of like a variety of these issues. So the cosmetic industry has actually made its way into your insurance coverage and actually is getting
not though. Okay, yeah,
I get that, but hold on.
Talking facial restructuring.
Facial reconstruction is actually covered. Like, it's literally covered under your insurance plan.
Prove that it's medically necessary. Outside of that, if you just want to go and get your...
No, it only has to be proven due to a medical cause. It cannot be to just improve your nose. Medical necessity is something different. But
that's what I said. But if you want to just go and get a facelift, Brad, yeah, it's not going to be covered. You have to prove that it's medically necessary.
But the reason those private costs, like your like nose job because you want a twinkle nose, which Sig, I know you got a nose job. So, but I mean, like if you have that done, the reason why those rates are dropping is because the insurance carriers are actually paying onto it, so they can their prices, grab more clients, and say, hey, the pool is shrinking. We can lower down, make our rates a little bit more affordable so I can get to the tweet.
Insurance is not involved in cosmetic surgery. Voluntary
yes, it is. It's so involved. I literally...
No, it's not. Everybody I know that...
Cosmetic surgery is covered under insurance, medical insurance, and there's a shit ton of plans that cover it across the nation.
My wife's aunt just literally 2 months ago just went. She had to pay fucking $10,000 out of her own pocket for.
Buffalo Teacher School can actually get a two-time Buffalo Teacher Schools. The entire teachers district can get breast augmentation.
We're not talking about.
But it depends on the plan. Your wife's plan may not actually cover that.
Okay. What's the criteria? Yeah, what's the criteria for breast augmentation? It has to be causing some type of back pain, some type of discomfort. It has to be medically necessary. Just to get your go in and get a boob job because my boob's too big and I don't like them, or because my boobs are too small. I'm like, Brad, that's not true. What you're saying? That's not true.
Okay. Yes.
Well, it's possible for us to not get into the weeds here because Brad said something that I think that we as a country should have went through. I think we should have not bailed anyone out. I think if you decide as a company to do nefarious things, and Sig, I agree with you, there should be a penalty. The penalty is you go bankrupt. And you know what? Because the people that got involved in subprime loans and all the stuff that we did as individual people, people knew they couldn't afford those homes. They knew they couldn't afford those loans, but they did it on their own. So you know what? We actually collapsed our own system versus having the bureaucracy, quote unquote, bail us out. They didn't bail us out. What they did is they patted mediocrity on the back. And you know what happens now? Now we have, again, $35 trillion worth of debt, $18 trillion worth of debt in the just individual people of the 350 million Americans because no one is being responsible for their own behavior. Again, it comes down to we the people, not we the government. There is no central government anywhere. I don't care what we do. We put a Band-Aid on the, what we call it, the Great Depression, and now we're putting a Band-Aid on 2008, and we're getting ready to put a Band-Aid again on the collapse that's getting ready to take place right now. So instead of us thinking that we can just keep printing money and doing whatever we want to do, we're going to mess up ourselves to the point where we're going to bankrupt ourselves because we're not holding ourselves accountable.
Well, I think it's only fair to say to a certain extent. The problem that you have is politicians take money so they can get power, and when they get it, they owe these people money back. So our representatives aren't really representing us. They're just paying their debts back, which is why both Republicans and Democrats don't get shit done. It's one doing, one undoing of the other.
It's a little deeper than just personal accountability.
We got people in California. Yeah, we got people in California. We got people
more than just personal. It's more than just personal.
No. I understand. I understand, Albert. But hold on. It has to be personal. It has to be personal first. You know why? Because to start with each individual American, right? I decide if my community affects first my local community, then affects my state, and then eventually affects. So all of us are involved. If someone, my wife and I, a subprime loan, and we go ahead and sign that loan, knowing we call it predatory, right? But if you know the predator is coming and you still go ahead and do it, when do I hold myself responsible for anything? So I hear you loud and clear. And you know what somebody told me today? Well, maybe they don't have the education. Maybe they don't know. Well, don't sign anything if you don't have the education. Boy, you should be signing nothing. Don't go to the bank and ask for money because you'll be a slave to the lender for the rest of your life. This is just facts, guys. I don't know where we get this from, but listen.
Yeah,
the government almost does nothing.
You lose your house, but the bank doesn't suffer.
That's not
less problem.
Right, that's my thing too, is if we're gonna socialize a liability, then motherfucker be fair and socialize the fucking profits as well. We're not seeing that, Brandon. That's been our whole.
Well, and it doesn't work. I mean, sooner or later you'll run out of somebody else's money.
But I have a question. That's the idea of stock. That's the idea of owning companies, owning a stock. That's how they play it. Like that's how you get a piece of the pie, say, by the way. But it's a systemic problem, and this is rewound 100 years. It's global. So I understand what you mean that it's personal decisions for sure, but it's a systemic problem, and it would take a while to unpack, and you only know it when you're inside the game, to really unpack what the real game is. So, housing prices, all those things are just asset bubbles that are predictable.
I have a question for Mr. Edward, please. If you don't mind, Mr. Edward.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so Mr. Edward, here in the Northeast, I know you're in California. Here in the Northeast, we got a very serious, I think you guys are in California as well, a very, very serious prescription drug problem. And a couple of years ago, what they did in order to help mitigate the prescription drug problem was to crack down on doctors and their prescription prescribing of painkillers. Because it turns out that I read a report, it was a couple of years ago, I read this report, it was 7 out of 10 kids, or 7 out of 10 people who were addicted to heroin had been prescribed to help with the pain, right? So, do you agree that with that legislation do you agree with the legislation cracking down on doctors and saying, hey, like, look, in order for you guys to prescribe these crazy heavy hitter painkillers, you need to have a lot more than just this patient has pain?
Inflation at the same time. See, I still believe in personal responsibility. When I go to my primary care physician, I will always ask the primary care physician. 3 years ago, kidney stones, right? I took one of those pain absolutely for 2 days. I stopped taking them, okay? Because at some point, I still got to care for my own health. Now, like you said, when do we decide to take care of our own health care versus relying on a medical doctor? And to my knowledge, correct me if I'm wrong, it's called medical practice. That means they just practice it. They don't really know really what's going on. And unfortunately, when we have people who have substance abuse, this is a slippery slope. Because see, for me, I don't get involved with, because I have no substance. I trust my heart. I even hate sugar sometimes, even though, I fight it. Diagnosis. I walked every day to try to stay away from the sugar. Because you know what I'm trying to do, Ben? Stay away from the United States healthcare system. Sure. The insurance system. But inflation's important, but look what they did on the other side, Ben. They also can stick a needle in your arm. So which legislation is the individual going to really take?
No, and that's fair. And the reason I bring it up is not to have a discussion about the healthcare system necessarily. I mean, you can have that discussion if you want. But it's like when you're talking about predatory loans and that kind of thing, it's like I'm about as libertarian as possible to get, right? Like I don't want the government making a bunch of unnecessary rules and regulating things that don't need to be regulated. I generally speaking, have a massive fear, particularly of the federal government, but of bureaucracy in general. So I'm inclined to agree with you on a lot of those things, and that's why I find it interesting that you said it was a combination of things. And I would tend to agree with you. But it's like, I feel like, yes, I'm not going to sound on the dotted line.
How much of my responsibility of my life. Do you think some elected official, whether it's my mayor or my sheriff or my congressman or congresswoman here in the state of California, do I think Nancy Pelosi or our governor, Mr. Newsom, do you think these people have my best interest in mind? Absolutely not.
No, absolutely not.
Actually, they could. I mean,
They're supposed to, yeah.
Theoretically, and that's why I bring this.
And they do pass legislation that benefits the people of their districts or states. So yes, I mean, yes, at times you may not agree with it, but they actually are representative of the masses on there. And the whole personal responsibility thing is a cute argument, but it doesn't apply to the wider swath of the economic picture for a nation to operate in.
Sure, and
You know what I learned?
but that's why I brought up that in relation to the loan argument. Is like, again, we talk about healthcare if you want to talk, but that's what I was trying to say. It's like, hey, like, and again, I'm the last person to say, hey, I want the government involved in this, but like, I think like having the FDA stamping food that's unhealthy or saying, hey, look, you're deceiving your customers when it comes to what is actually in their food. Like, I don't actually think that like. This is something where I'm like, hey, look, the government could get involved in this, and this could actually be a positive thing, right? So like deceiving the consumer, right? Like I think that there's actual room there for the government to be able to step in.
Right.
That was my,
but then what we're arguing is that when it comes to the flow of money and bureaucracy, every time the government gets involved, the shit gets out of control. Education system's another example of that.
I agree.
You used to be able to go to a 4-year college, work summer jobs, and have it paid off and be on your merry way. Once the government got involved, what happened? The price of fucking post-secondary education is fucking outrageous, and it's gotten a shit ton of fucking retarded ass Americans in fucking debt.
But that's not necessarily the whole picture there. Like, so yes, I agree that the government should have done for a lot of those loans and just guaranteed the backing of the colleges. But then you're removing the accountability from the college who said, oh wait, there's a pool of free money. Let's market at a higher end, which they did because you know what, they're on government lands, they got government grants, and there's a pool of money there available for education. And they said everybody needs to go to college. And then what did they do? They turned around and by 1,500%. Up their rates. So, like, yeah, I
think in the root cause, the first domino tip was the government getting involved.
But wait, hold on. But that first domino actually helped provide education to at least opportunities to hundreds, if not millions, of kids that would otherwise not be able to attend a university. So the good intention was there, but I mean, at the end of it, like, I don't necessarily agree with that. I thought maybe a better legislation would have been, hey, colleges, you know, you're in this state, you have to, even if you're a private school, you have to account for some of these individuals from the states. They could have done that and said you have to do it at a discounted or income-based rate, and it cannot be fluctuated, and no, it cannot take 20 years to pay a student loan. You could have passed legislation like that. What you're arguing about is the way the legislation was passed, and yes, unless there's an alternative solution presented, that actually benefited America because we exponentially increased our wealth rapidly.
Wealth, we're $40 trillion in debt. What wealth? Debt is not wealth.
The conversation regarding healthcare, like,
but that is wealth.
We have the Hippocratic oath that doctors take. Not all countries have that. We have that advantage, and some people are very fortunate and have lived because of the Hippocratic oath. And there are very many people in other countries that don't have that.
Sure, but respectfully, we have this preconceived notion, and I think it's a bullshit notion that in this country between the American people and their government.
I wasn't actually finished.
Oh, sorry. No, I genuinely didn't mean to cut you off.
But you cut me off to speak, and then you didn't let him
Sorry,
finish.
I apologize.
And you took a long ass pause. I thought you was done too.
Yeah, I thought you were done too. Yeah, but go ahead. You can finish it though.
The education, right? Like, tried to open it up. We tried to make it available for anyone, and universities took advantage of that, unfortunately. Like, they're really bullshit degrees right now, unfortunately. And the only prospect for those bullshit degrees is to then educate other people in these bullshit degrees. So definitely taken advantage of. We need to do like an internal audit, make sure that we're not promoting that or promulgating that.
Can you define bullshit degrees? I'm wondering what you mean.
Lesbian studies, underwater master. There's literally a master's degree. There's a master's degree for bagpipes. Like fucking bagpipes.
So you should be able to get the degree in whatever the hell you want, but you should not think that you're entitled to a job or a position after. Career is a whole other fucking animal.
Well, sure, but so that. Oh, sorry.
Okay. I just want to make sure. You said that they took advantage of who? The universities. Can you hear me?
Yes, sorry. The universities took advantage of students who probably didn't know what they wanted to major in and recruited them for programs that were not going to be beneficial for their...
Okay, so you say that the university took advantage of students that signed all the documents to take the loans and go into what you call them today. I have a very hard time believing that the individual family, the mother and father, the student themselves, were not aware. Because, you know, unfortunately in America, we are still responsible for what we do.
I think you're also assuming that there is a mother and father that would
I'm
be
not
involved
assuming
in that
anything.
discussion.
No, hold on, E. I'm not assuming anything. If I, Edward, choose to go to college at any time, this is called an agreement between one party and another party. And when I chose to go to college...
Hey, Edward, I get what you're saying. So basically, these people have to start holding themselves accountable for making bad decisions. If you go to that university and you get a dumbass degree and you can do your research, just like, hey, take it out like this. Cause and this coming from a brother that let me finish. So I went to the University of Toledo and then I looked at it and was like, basically like, I don't know where I don't really know what I want to do. So you know what I did? I went and got a trade. I didn't build up any type of bill. I had like $5,000 worth of fucking I was gonna call it mortgages. My bad.
Student loan debt.
Student loan. Yeah, I had $5,000 worth of student loan debt, and I did my thing there and got the fuck on because I didn't know what I wanted to do. And I feel like people should literally. I think what it is, and I can't give you credit on this, E. When we in high school, and even the way that parents pitch college to kids, we don't pitch the importance of knowing what you want to do with your life. Tell people just to go to college and that's it. We don't have a conversation of skills do you want, what do you want to do with your life and all of that shit. And I think that becomes an issue and a problem because a lot of people don't have critical thinking skills like me and be like, all right, I don't want to keep building up this bill that I know I'm going to have to pay back eventually. So I'm going to get the away from here and I'm going to get a trade and maybe I'll go back to school in the future if I want to add something to it or if I need to add something to it. Because that's a smart thing to do. And then on top of that, basically what I'm saying is because I noticed, like I was just listening to you and Edward's conversation, is we literally are breeding people to think less. People need to be more strategic with their life and the decisions that they make in their life. Even when you in college, because I didn't finish college, but I could have finished college. I just didn't do what I wanted to do. But I did realize, because I know so many people that have degrees and don't have a job. I know so many people that have degrees and don't have a job in their field because you want to know why? They were just going to school.
And when I say they were just going to school, they weren't doing shit in the summer where they was doing what do they call it? Somebody help me out. Where you go
like an intern.
Yeah. They weren't doing internships and all of that shit. Yeah, they weren't. So they weren't doing internships and all of that. So when it came, yeah, but you gonna be quiet while I'm talking, shorty, because I respected you and let you get the point off. I would appreciate it. Thank you. But they weren't doing the internships and they weren't doing anything while they were in college, and then they wondered why they couldn't get the job. See how people just they just want to talk, honestly. Because I just been listening.
I hear you, man.
For anybody else that wants to hear what I was saying, basically what I was saying is people do not think on their life strategically. I've actually go to college, finish college, not be in a degree field that they majored in because they didn't do internships or put the work in or build the relationships to get that to get that job. That shit is so important, and we don't pitch that enough to our kids. And this falls on the parents. This falls on the kids so that we got a safeguard to these people that are predators, because there's a such thing as predator lending.
So let me just say this really. Sorry, are you finished? You good?
Yeah, I'm done, bro. I'm done. My bad, I was long-winded.
No, you're good, dude. You're good. We got to get out of this mentality, left, right, and center, and piggybacking a bit of what Edward was saying earlier, of saying we got to get out of this mentality of thinking that the government or these institutions, for that matter, are there to solve your problems. Like, if we ever look at the government and think that they're in the business of solving problems, they're not. Like, they're just not there. That's not what they're there to do. So this mentality that we have in America, where it's you pay tax money and then you get something as a result of paying in that tax money, is like there's a third party involved there, and that needs to be a factor. I'm not just like, if you're getting a loan from the federal government in order, it's like a student loan or that kind of thing, like they're not doing that because it's in your best interest to get a loan. It's in their best interest, right? So we need to make sure that third party, the government, like we need to make sure that that's highlighted and very, very, very clear. If I'm paying tax money in, whether it be for the military, I'm paying tax dollars in for healthcare, if I'm paying tax dollars in to fix local roads, like there's a third party there that if those problems get fixed, that buy for them, right? There's a bunch of people in that government, in that bureaucracy, that are benefiting from that money. Like, and again, I'm not saying everybody in politics is corrupt. I'm not saying that at all. And there's a lot of really, really good people in politics that are working hard for their constituents, right? But if they solve your problems, that money, then they don't need that money anymore. Like, let's just be totally real about this. And this goes for the colleges, universities, public institutions, all of this stuff.
Healthcare, everything.
Healthcare, schooling is a huge example of that. The United States spends way more money per capita than basically any westernized country in the world when it comes to education, and our test scores are nowhere near the top. And you tell me why that is. You think it's because of the fucking money? It's not because of the money. It's because I'm sorry, I said more. But no, so let's make for darn sure that when it comes to these, I'll just finish there. Like, there is a third party there. And again, if you're getting a loan, if you're doing anything, if you're doing business with the government, they're not looking at best interest. They're looking at your best interest is secondary. Let me put it that way.
But that's a byproduct of capitalism. So I don't disagree with this, but it is a byproduct. You don't see those type of governments in other parts of the world support their people a little better if they're unsure of what they're supposed to do. But America's unique, and I think a lot of people believe that there's a net like there is around the world. In America, 5% of the population, controlling half of the economic value around the world is significant. So,
I have a question for you.
You're supposed to know what you're supposed to do. That's the underlying thought of the American society, and it's not really true unless you go through the process of vetting yourself. And I like that idea that people are not vetting themselves. And I just want to throw in a little tidbit about California. California is governed on its own. It doesn't have the oversight. And just the fuel issue. I heard today that they have 1.2 billion gallons of fuel in an overstock supply, but they're still allowing to elevate because their overriding premise is eco-friendly, right? So the fuel prices there are not a result of this 3 weeks or 4 weeks.
Correct.
FYI, yep.
But I mean, Ben, you're actually wrong about the education standards. We're middle of the road amongst wealthy nations. But what ends up happening is when you look at the OECD test that people like to use and cite as the baseline, we far exceed almost everywhere else in the world in terms of college graduates and our college education level. The great schools actually exist here. And so, and we have more people imported from all of those nations that people often cite to say, South Korea, China, Japan, et cetera, go down the list. They say, oh, they're better at it. Not necessarily. In some areas, yeah, if you're going to do a comparison to say, I don't know, Roanoke, fucking Oklahoma in the middle of Timbuktu, yeah, maybe. But overall, nationally, we're not near the bottom. We're nowhere near the bottom. And on college levels, they're all trying to send their kids here. They're massively trying to figure out how they can get their kids to the American education system for college and post-secondary degrees because we're further along. We're just better at it. So, I mean, I get your point that we could do a little more on the education front, K through 12, but we're really not at the bottom.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, I guess I've been in the education system for so long that I've seen the amount of waste, fraud, and abuse that goes on in the education system, particularly when it comes to teachers' unions. And I'm not anti-union by any stretch of the imagination. I'm not. But public sector teachers' unions are one of the biggest money laundering schemes in America, and it's not particularly close. The amount of money that those fucking corrupt-ass organizations, pardon my language, give to politicians in exchange for favors is just, it's sickening. We saw it during COVID. I could rant on this for ages, and I'm forcing myself to shut up because I get so furious at the American Federation of Teachers and Weingarten and all those people. It's a joke. It's disgusting, and it's our tax money. This could be actually used, either returned to the taxpayer or fucking used on actual kids that actually need the money and the resources. But no, it gets siphoned off and donated to politicians.
Yes, sir. So I'll just take a moment. I know Political Compass is going to be opening up their room here in a few minutes. So the link is up top in the Jumbotron. Make sure you guys join. Brad, you and KK hosting that room?
Yep. And we have a special surprise for everybody that's going to attend. So make sure you get there. It's going to be a lot of fun. We'll just say you'll probably enjoy it. A lot of truths will come out right away in the first 5 minutes.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and shut the room down so that way we can get people steered in the direction of Brad and KK's or the Political Compass. So, but good conversation. Brad, you see how much better the conversation goes when you get out the goddamn fucking feelings?
Listen here, you twat awful, fucking bitchery. So, I wasn't in my feelings. I just disingenuous fucking talking points. I absolutely hate that. You know that it irks me. I hate that fucking
feelings. Get out your fifis, bro.
So like this the liberalism that or not the liberal. I shouldn't say liberalism. This lefty fucking, because we do have it on the right. For those of you that don't know, the conservatives or the right wing of America has a very goofy side. It's circular. Like our political system is actually a donut. The right will merge into the left, and you'll hear people on the right scream, "Oh my God, those are horrible," but then they'll scream for socialist approaches to solve equities, and they'll get upset when the socialist programs don't work, and they've already had them, we've tried them, we've developed them, we did them, and they weren't sustainable, and then they get proven wrong, and then they run their echo chambers and then say, invest in Bitcoin. These are just red-painted socialists. They just exist on the right, and I hate when they cherry-pick things and then don't tell the full story, and then they want to regurgitate some fucking Marxist fucking economic picture from a philosopher out of a Twitter thread, and then think somehow or another it's smart.
Right.
All right, guys.
A lot of Marxists.
All right, guys. guys. Well, hit the link up top in the Jumbotron. Join Brad and KK in the Political Compass. And I'm going to go ahead and shut the room down. Thank you guys so much for listening and being a part of the conversation, man. Much appreciated. I appreciate it. I got a shit ton of notes here in front of me, so I'm going to do my diligence. And
Start with Ford and look at the history
and
of
Hershey. I
Ford.
was going to look at Hershey as well. Yeah, I was going to dig a little bit deeper into that. Absolutely, Brad. Absolutely. All right, guys. Have a great night. Be safe. 3Ski. Thank you, brother. Hey, look at this, man. Me and 3Ski got started off rough as fuck. This nigga wanted to fight me and shit. Now this nigga got a mob me on my stage, man. So it just shows, man, having a conversation, being chill, you can build the fucking relationships, man. We ain't always got to be at odds with each other. We can agree to disagree. We're all Americans at the end of the day, man. We're on the same team. So, all right, cool, man. Have a great night, everybody. You guys be safe. I appreciate everybody. All right, take it easy, man. Peace.
voice. What's up, everybody? How's everybody doing today?
Vikings political compass.
Office, Mr. Gerard.
The Vikings.
Well, you know, been normal, so we got a lot more to give them the next 2 years, I think. But it's actually very good to be here again, guys, and looking forward to tonight's discussion and to hear what President Trump has to say in about 30 or so minutes.